If you think you know the basics of ancient Christianity well enough, skip ahead to the hour 16 mark.
Good morning, Christian warriors! Welcome to the Pastor Clifton Ministry. My name is Pastor Clifton, and of course my website is PastorCliftonMinistry.com. On my website there are a bunch of buttons where you could donate if you find it within your hearts to help my family and I. And there are links to the book that I wrote, A Return to Ancient Christianity, which is available through Amazon, physical copies only. Because folks, when the lights go out, you're going to want physical books to read. Also on the website, at the very bottom of the page, there are 2 ancient scrolls for your free download of the Bible in PDF format. You click on the Old Testament scroll or the New Testament scroll, and the download will begin automatically. It's a zip file, so you just got to unpack that zip file and you get all 66 books of the Bible in the original languages. That's right, Christian warriors, in the ancient Hebrew and the ancient Greek for the Old Testament and the New Testament, respectively. And those original languages that the Bible was written in is set right beside the modern translations, and that does include the King James Version. Yes, the King James Version is a modern translation. It does not matter that it's been taught for 1,600 years. There was an ancient Christianity that preceded Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, back prior to 70 AD, and all the way back as far as 800 BC. That means before Christ. Yes, Christian warriors, it is not my opinion that there was ancient Christianity. It's a literal fact. And that's what I'm bringing back today, Christian warriors. I'm bringing back the ancient teachings for all of you to hopefully accept so you can come to know God's truth and God's law so we can more effectively do His will on this beautiful planet He created. So welcome, newcomers. All you newcomers to Christianity, you're very lucky. Welcome. Welcome to the Pastor Clifton Ministry, where we teach ancient Christianity. So you guys are lucky because you don't have to beat down those walls of ego. That is the silly jabbering in people's heads going, I'm not wrong, I just need to entertain myself 100% of the time and accept fantasy and lie to myself. That's all coming from ego, and Satanists are the ones that push ego to the front. That is the core of their religion. Or all of that emotional conditioning coming to you from all of those institutions of false worldly authority. And really, when we get down to it, down to the basics, emotional conditioning is based in fear. Fear of not having approval from the people around us, fear of discomfort. All of the emotional conditioning is based in fear. You don't have to beat all those things down. So you can come to know God's truth and God's law through the tradition of ancient Christianity as a clean slate. Very lucky. Welcome. And welcome to all of the Catholics and modern Christians that may be catching these sermons. You are always welcome here at the Pastor Clifton Ministry to learn ancient Christianity, what came first. And I love all of you guys on a spirit level, just like I love all of God's children. So you are always welcome here. You see, Christian warriors, newcomers, Catholics and modern Christians, we do have to work together against Satanists on this planet, because the Satanists all know how to work together, despite all of their various denominations in their religion. They all know how to work together and have been doing so for millennia, and all enacting their dark will through their families, generation after generation. While they're doing that and seeing all of their dark will come to fruition, all of the 400 plus denominations of Christianity out there are squabbling amongst each other and pointing the finger at everybody and saying, oh, you're not holy, you are holy. All of that infighting, Christian warriors, newcomers, and Catholics and modern Christians, is what makes that hell world out there, because no one has stood up to these Satanists on this planet yet. It is our responsibility to do so. So, Catholics and modern Christians, if this sounds different to you, what I'm teaching, that's because it is. It is almost unrecognizable ancient Christianity when compared to what has happened to Christianity over the centuries. Yes, the Bible is a state-approved document that does not threaten the parasite class's control. Not my opinion. Our Bible was censored and edited in 325 AD, 381 AD, and 1611 AD. All three of those times they were continuing to censor and edit the Bible to make sure that it was a state-approved document safe for the parasite class to continue treating us like slaves. Not my opinion. This is not a matter of belief. This is a matter of accepting God's truth. And you know, it makes me angry that the parasite class and Satanists have done this to my religion, which is Christianity, ancient Christianity. Yeah, it makes me angry. I can't believe that they dared to mess with our scriptures like that. And most of what we do at the Pastor Clifton Ministry is unwind all of this censoring and editing so we can get down to the bottom of what the Bible actually says, using the original languages, of course. And along the way, I will be teaching you what the ancient Christians taught newcomers. If you just can't stamp out your ego and your emotional conditioning and your fear, then what can I say, Christian warriors? These sermons are the meat for warriors, not the milk for babes, as the ancients used to say. So if you want the milk for babes and you want people talking to you softly and saying exactly what you want to hear and propagating the message that has not changed that hell world out there in over 2,000 years, then there are millions of other pastors and priests that you could listen to out of the 400 plus denominations of Christianity that all sprouted from the Roman Catholic Church and the Church of England. So be my guest, go listen to what you want to hear and have someone talk to you all softly. But Christian warriors, my background does not allow me to talk to you guys like babies. I'm talking to you like warriors because that's what you are. God didn't make slaves or babies. He created warriors. You got to really appreciate our time, our minutes with all of our loved ones, our friends and family, maybe the pets that we're in stewardship of. Don't waste these minutes fighting with them and arguing with them and stuff like that. They're either ready to accept God's truth or not. If you don't back down through a force of agape love, you keep bringing the truth to them. One of the most misconstrued teachings that our honored teacher Jesus Christ brought to us is the turn the other cheek parable that he gives us. People think that has to do with being a doormat for Satanists, to just walk all over them and just violate their God-given rights without any bit of self-defensive force. No. Turn the other cheek, the parable that Jesus Christ gives us, has to do with teaching our loved ones, our family, our friends, anyone we can reach, teaching them God's truth and God's law and what His will is to do here. And if they slap that key of understanding out of your hand, or they slap you in the face, figuratively, not actual physically, and tell you to get away from Him, bringing God's truth, how dare you bring God's truth to me? If they do that, then you turn the other cheek, pick up that key off the ground they slapped out of your hand, and bring God's truth and law to them again, over and over again. Don't give up on your friends, your loved ones, anyone that you can reach that you think that they can actually get this stuff. Ancient Christian teachings. You turn the other cheek, that means to keep bringing the key of knowledge to people, whether they slap your hand or slap your face about it, figuratively, not physically, of course. Just remember, Christian warriors, that accepting Christ has nothing to do with belief, it has nothing to do with taking allegory literally, has nothing to do with taking the silly myth of Sol Invictus that was slapped over our honored teacher Jesus Christ's life, very literally. You don't have to do any of that to accept Christ. All you have to do is behave with care, with nonviolence, behave with self-defense force. That's it. These sermons are for spiritual seekers who are ready for Christianity to make sense again. That's right, Christian warriors. We are not going to just believe in allegory, take allegory literally, and act like exoteric believers of Christianity. We are going to be the esoteric spiritual seekers, knowing the inner truth. Mostly because the way that exoteric modern Christianity and Catholicism are taught to people, it's driving people away from Christianity. It's not making sense to people who can think rationally and think critically and who do not want to take allegory literally And people who do not just want to believe, they actually want to know things. And that was a big cornerstone of ancient Christianity, is knowing things, not believing things. You know it or you don't know it. So Christian warriors, it is time for Christianity to make sense again. That's why I'm bringing the ancient teachings back. And please share with anyone with the ears to hear, as the ancients used to say. People who are about to leave Christianity because it doesn't make sense to them and they don't want to take allegory literally and meet all of these demands by false institutions of authority, including those in religious circles. Those people who might go the wrong way just by abandoning spirituality altogether just because of the way modern Christianity and Catholicism are taught, share this with them so that you can bring them back into our fold of Christian warriors. You see, Christian warriors, there is a big difference between exoteric belief and esoteric knowledge. Ancient Christianity hinged on esoteric knowledge, not belief, knowledge. A lot of the esoteric teachings of ancient Christianity come through our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, in his words and deeds in the New Testament of our Bible. Yes, of course, there's censorship and editing in there, but they didn't catch everything, Christian warriors. And thank God for those people that kept a lot of the old esoteric knowledge of ancient Christianity in our Bibles. So there is a big difference between exoteric and esoteric. That is EXO versus ESO. Exoteric is outer teachings, taking allegory literally, believing the Sol Invictus myth slapped over the life of our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, and all of the silly trappings that don't really make sense to people who think rationally and critically about what they're being told. That is exoteric belief. Now, esoteric knowledge are the inner teachings, and our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, confirms that he is teaching ancient Christianity in parables. Where does he say this? Well, it's Mark 4:11. And we'll read Mark 4:11. And he said unto them, this is Jesus talking, unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God. And the kingdom of God is not heaven in this verse. The kingdom of God means God's truth and God's law, knowing those two things. So Jesus says, unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God. But unto them that are without, that means people outside of esoteric inner teachings, the exoteric believers, but unto them that are without, all these things are done in parables. And what does that mean, Christian warriors? I know you know, but all of the newcomers and Catholics and modern Christians that may not know what that means, it means that Jesus is confirming that he is weaving esoteric knowledge of ancient Christianity into his words and his deeds. He is encoding them for us to learn. Mark 4:11. And for any of those people who are hard-headed, got their egos in the way, emotional conditioning and fear running their thoughts, their lives, everything, their emotions especially, a friendly challenge to all those people who practice the idolatry of viewing the Bible or crosses as magical items in and of themselves, like out of some fantasy movie. For people who still practice that idolatry, on your screen right now are around a dozen verses out of the Old Testament and the New Testament that are all pro-slavery, pro-racism, and pro-false authority. All of those verses are in our Bibles. When I brought this to a modern Christian that I know personally in my family, she didn't even know that they were in there, which just goes to show you, Christian warriors, that most Christians out there and Catholics have never read their Bible cover to cover, so they don't know what's in there. So take those verses that I showed you earlier and bring them down to the pastors and the priests that are telling you differently, and have them try and reconcile why God seems to be condoning slavery, racism, and the absurd notion that false institutions of authority on our physical planet have anything to do with his law. Have them reconcile those verses that I showed you with their famous statement that they always give the exoteric believers in modern Christianity and Catholicism of the Bible is the immaculately inspired Word of God. Now, if it were inspired, and if it were immaculate, that means divinely clean, then there would be no such verses that are pro-slavery in our Bible. God does not condone slavery. God has given us all equal, God-given rights. We are born with them. Your body's your property. There's proof right there, physical proof, that you have physical, God-given rights, property rights, that you are born with. And we all have the same God-given rights as any other being in God's beautiful reality. We all have the same God-given rights. No one has more, no one has less, and you can't vote your way into giving people more or less. And what that means, Christian warriors, is that government does not decide who gets more God-given rights and less God-given rights. So God obviously does not condone slavery, racism, or the authoritarian parasite class ruling over us like kings and we're all slaves or something. God does not condone any of that behavior. Of course not, Christian warriors. All right, Christian warriors, it's going to be a great sermon, and it's going to be a great Sunday. It's always a great Sunday. Why do we even do it? Why do we come together like this on Sunday with our family and our friends? It's to praise God, not for His benefit. You're not going to get anywhere trying to flatter God. God the Father, the Creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love, isn't like us Adam human beings. So if you're trying to flatter God with praise, you're getting nowhere fast, folks. God is not some narcissistic authoritarian stroking his non-existent ego over people praising Him all day. No, Christian warriors, we do not come to God praising Him for His benefit. We do so for our benefit. We show gratitude to God when we praise Him, God the Father. And why do we do that, Christian warriors, every Sunday, getting together with our family and our friends and maybe the animals that we're the stewards of? We do so because gratitude takes the place of complaint. Our prayers should not read like a giant Christmas list. And of course, Christian warriors, we do not come to God the Father like a begging, groveling slave. God created warriors, not slaves. Now, in the ancient times, prior to 70 AD and as far back as 800 BC, when a newcomer would come to an ancient Christian and say, I want to be a Christian, what that teacher would tell that newcomer is, first, you must stop accepting fantasy and stop lying to yourself. Those were the first two steps that a newcomer would have to tackle and defeat inside his own psychology before he was even taught anything in esoteric ancient Christianity. Now, what is accepting fantasy and who is providing the fantasy? Well, of course, Christian warriors, we see from that hell world out there on God's beautiful planet, twisting it into this hell world where we're all running around worshiping money as God, and even worse nonsense than that in the last decade. But if you look closely at that hell world out there, it is because people have accepted fantasy. And who sells fantasy all the time? It's Satanists, Christian warriors. Satanists and all their little cabal minions. They've been selling fantasy nonstop, and they do not run out of buyers, Christian warriors, and that's too bad. So the first thing that the teacher of ancient Christianity would get the newcomer to tackle and defeat within himself, within his own psychology, is to stop accepting fantasy. And instead of accepting fantasy, you start coming to know God's truth. Not believe it, know it. You come to know God's truth and God's law, understand how they operate, and then start doing God's will on this planet, in the physical. The work is to be done here, Christian warriors, not somewhere else. And no, God isn't going to come down and fix everything. There is no Savior but moral behavior. And that is the very crux of ancient Christianity. So if you think that the world out there is some other way than it actually is, that's you accepting fantasy. Now, the second thing that a newcomer would have to tackle and defeat within his own mind and his emotions and his actions would be to stop lying to his or herself. And that means that when you look into a mirror and you are telling yourself that you are some other way than you actually are, that's you lying to yourself. And you have to stop doing that, because those two things must be tackled before you even understand. You can't come to know God's truth and God's law through a lens of fantasy and lying to yourself. You can't do it. And that's what the ancient Christian teachers knew. And that's why they required it of their newcomers to tackle those two things first. Stop accepting fantasy. Stop lying to yourself. Yes, it's uncomfortable, because lies sound nice and pretty and they make people feel good, but truth is the sword. Just like Jesus Christ says in Matthew 10:34 through 38, the sword is what cuts through lies. That's why it feels uncomfortable. You know what, Christian warriors? God's truth doesn't feel uncomfortable to those who do not accept fantasy and do not lie to themselves. God's truth is a relief to those people. If you feel uncomfortable when confronted with God's actual truth, then there's a huge problem there, wouldn't you say? But, you know, Christian warriors, I'm not as stingy with these ancient Christian teachings because they must be propagated widely. The reason why we got the hell world out there is because these teachings were just completely stifled by the early Roman Catholics and the Church of England, and they haven't been taught for centuries, and that's really too bad, which is why I'm bringing it back, Christian warriors. And I do not do so for money, obviously. My family and I are poor, come from poor families, and no one's helping me do this work at all. So I'm clearly not doing it for money. I'm bringing you these ancient Christian teachings because it must be understood out there. We're looking down the barrel, Christian warriors, of complete and total slavery of us by the parasite class, which are mostly Satanists, cult-affiliated ones if they're not just cabal minions like orcs. We are looking down that barrel. It is down to the wire. These teachings must be brought forth again. So I'm not going to demand that everyone stop accepting fantasy and stop lying to themselves, because I'm going to teach this stuff anyway. And no, I'm not doing it for money. I don't have a mansion and I don't want one. I think it's disgusting that pastors and priests out there would live such lavish lifestyles when they could use those resources to help others instead of increasing their comfort level past 100%. And I am also not bringing you these teachings because of popularity, because guess what? I get attacked more from Catholics and modern Christians in emails, comments, and what have you. I get attacked by those people more than I do from Satanists. Satanists are actually laughing at me that I'm actually trying to bring these teachings of God's truth and God's law to people who are so firmly set in their system of emotional conditioning, so firmly set in their egos, that they cannot even hear it. So I'm not going to wait for you guys to stop accepting fantasy and stop lying to yourself. I'm going to go ahead and teach you this stuff anyway. So let's go through the basics of ancient Christianity, just to reiterate, so all of you Christian warriors can get nuance to your understanding of God's truth and God's law and what His will is to do. And most importantly, for all those newcomers who don't understand what I'm talking about. God set all reality into motion, and His will has already been done in the form of His immutable law, which is what governs everybody's actions, everyone's behavior. It even governs inanimate stuff, like fire being hot would be part of God's law. This is all observable, testable. You can come to know it. It does not have to do with belief, God's truth, and God's law. And that was a big cornerstone of ancient Christian teachings. You come to know this stuff. You don't believe it. You know it. So when God created all of His beautiful reality, He split Himself up into trillions of guardian angels, His Holy Spirit. And all of those guardian angels are our internal connection to God, the Father. We all have God's Holy Spirit inside of us. Nobody can be separate from God. Even the most vile Satanists can't be disconnected from God, and they hate it. I kind of find that funny, but even the most vile Satanists can't be disconnected from God. There is nothing that you can do in this reality without having your connection to God. We can't sever the connection to God. It cannot be stolen, sold. I know what you've been taught. Leave your programming at the door. Guardian angel, the Holy Spirit, God's Holy Spirit, the soul. Sloppy terminology. I never say soul, but even that can't be severed. Your connection to God can't be cut. You can stop listening to your guardian angel and God by extension, but you can't get rid of the connection. It cannot be cut, cannot be stolen, cannot be sold. I know what you've been taught. Leave your programming at the door. All that stuff is just silly fan fiction nonsense. God's Holy Spirit is inside of you. The guardian angel, the real us. This is to express and experience inside His reality. God created all of His beautiful reality so He could express Himself through us and experience through us His creation. That's the whole point. It's typical in movies where people will go to the wise man on top of the mountain and they'll ask, what is the point of life? And very simply, the point of life, as far as God's original plan, which is not predeterminism, the plan is to see if all of the guardian angels out there will, in their respective experiences that they're going through this physical and non-physical existence, as creatures with amnesia, all God's children, the whole point is for us to come to know His truth, His law, so we can do His will, to act morally. That's the point of life. I know we got a whole bunch of challenges and problems coming at us from Hellworld out there. But if we're being honest with ourselves, which we should be, how many of those problems are due to our own careless or immoral behavior? Yes, there's a lot of problems coming at us from Hellworld and struggles. Seriously, guys, I'm so dirt poor that I got nothing but Hellworld problems. However, I've cleaned up my act enough to at least weed out the stuff that I used to be causing myself, all the problems I used to be causing myself. Christian Warriors, you got to do this too. So there's a lot of problems coming at us from Hellworld. Some of them we have to find out if we are doing it ourselves, to ourselves, and stop doing it. Ancient Christians would teach the newcomer the truth, God's truth, that there are 3 ways to express ourselves in God's beautiful reality, and that is through thoughts, emotions, and actions. There are no other ways to express yourself in God's beautiful reality. It all comes down to thoughts, emotions, and actions. Now, all 3 of those things can be good or evil, yes. But when we're talking about morality, only action can be moral or immoral. These are ancient Christian teachings. So all 3 can be good or evil. Yes, good or bad, right? But only one of those 3 expressions, thoughts, emotions, actions, only one can be considered moral or immoral, and that is action. It's an objective thing, morality. Morality is action. That's how we can tell that people don't get to decide what moral and immoral are. They are not figments of someone's perspective. They are action. And we all know objectively when a physical wrongdoing has taken place. That's because morality is action. That's how we know that it's not in the minds of everybody's sloppy perspective. It is action. It's objective. Now, there are 2 dynamics that our thoughts, emotions, and actions work through. This is ancient Christian teachings coming down to you, Christian Warrior, and I'm going to keep reiterating it every week because I don't think people really firmly grasp these concepts. And it takes repetition, I know. So there are thoughts, emotions, and actions. Those are our expressions in God's beautiful reality. There are 2 dynamics that those 3 expressions work through. And those dynamics are love and fear. The opposite to love is not hate. That's Satanist misdirection, Satanist conditioning. Yeah, I've heard it repeated too. I know exactly what all of you have been taught. Leave your programming at the door. The opposite to love is fear. God is the creator that set all things into motion. God the Father is the eternal force of love. And what ancient Christians would teach the newcomer is that love would come in 3 categories. Those 3 types of love are, from least important to most important, eros, which is sexual, philos, which is love of friends and family, and agape, the most important one, which is love of God's truth, knowledge of God's truth and His law, and doing His will, no matter how uncomfortable it is, and no matter if you get approval from people around you or not. Agape love is knowing God's truth, knowing God's law, and doing His will, no matter how comfortable you are, and no matter if you're getting approval from others. That's what agape love is, the most important one. Self-defensive force is an act of agape love. It is not an action based in fear. It is respecting that you have God-given rights. You're born into your body. You have property rights. And if someone tries to cause violence, violate your God-given rights by causing harm on you, if you are the innocent party, then you do have a God-given right to defend yourself. And that right, that expression of action, self-defense, is an action based in agape love. Now here's a gotcha question that materialists and atheists think they got a gotcha question. When they pose this question to modern Christians and Catholics, they say, well, why did God create Satan? To torture himself? Is that one thing that's out of God's control? And this is what an ancient Christian would tell that person. There is no gotcha in that question. God created Satan because Satan is the adversary. That's what Satan means in Hebrew. Adversary. The adversarial force. The adversary is fear, decay, and destruction. All 3 of those things. That's what Satan is. It is not a silly character with goat legs, horns, and a pitchfork, twirling his mustache trying to ruin all of God's plans. That is not Satan. Satan is not one entity. Satan is the force of fear, decay, destruction. And there are tons of entities, physical and non-physical, that are ruled by Satan. And they try and propagate Satanism. They propagate fear, using control. So yes, there are non-physical entities out there that are Satanists, and some of them may even look like that silly character. But Satan is way worse than just one silly anthropomorphized character. Satan is way worse than that. Satan is a force of fear, decay, destruction. And the reason why God created Satan is so that we could have free will in His reality. There is no predeterminism in His reality. All of the conditions out there in the physical and the non-physical, all of those conditions are created by us, or they are created by inanimate objects smashing into each other through God's law. And all of that action, if it's not coming from a conscious being, all of that action is being governed by God's law as well. So it comes down to our care to be careful about what types of inanimate object action is going on out there. It comes down to our care. Conscious beings need to care. Be careful. So all of those conditions out there, Christian warriors and newcomers, are all created by us. That is the whole point of God's reality, is that we are setting the conditions by understanding His truth and understanding His law and doing His will. It is in our firm control. So Satan is fear, and that is the mechanic that gives us consequences for immoral behavior or just careless behavior, stupid behavior. So if you're careless or you're being immoral, you're going to get consequences from that force, Satan. That's why it was created. Free will. There is no predeterminism in God's beautiful reality. There isn't. I know what you guys have been taught. Leave your programming at the door. There is no predetermined course. There is no fate. Nothing in our reality is meant to be. everything is made to be. These are ancient Christian teachings, because they understood God's truth and God's law. Does not matter what's been taught for the last 1,600 years. That's modern teaching. So if we behave, that is using our three expressions, thoughts, emotions, and actions, actions most important because that's what set the conditions out there in physical and even non-physical reality. Action is what sets the conditions, the events. If we behave through love, then we get a condition of order and freedom. If we behave through love, agape love, that includes self-defensive force. That is why there's a hell world out there, Christian warriors, because people have been taught to just pray in a corner and escape into heaven, and that's not how God's system of spiritual progression works. We have to do His will here. That's why it says, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." That means it is our responsibility to do God's will, to know His truth, know His law, do His will. No Savior is coming to fix things for you. We have to come to an understanding of His truth and His law to actually change things out there in that world. If we behave through love, then we get order and we get freedom. Now, if we behave through fear, acting through fear, your thoughts, emotions, and actions all based in fear, then what Satan does is give negative consequences for fear-based, immoral, or stupid, careless behavior. And when we behave in fear out there in God's beautiful reality, we get a condition of chaos and slavery, because there are all sorts of Satanists out there who are ready to steer around dumb animals. And that's what they've been doing for a long time. They do so through false institutions of authority, like government, like religion, like publishing houses, licensing boards. All of those can be weaponized, and I think we've all seen that pretty clearly in the last 3 years during this attempted fake pandemic. You saw that fear was used as a leverage and control was always the answer. You saw this. These are Satanists operating as usual, creating that hell world out there, perpetuating it. And if we do not act in self-defensive force, not pray in a corner and hope a Savior comes by, then the hell world out there continues. Yes, prayer is powerful, Christian warriors, don't get me wrong. I know it's powerful. However, to make conditions manifest themselves out in physical reality, we're going to have to take physical action coupled with those prayers. Because Christian warriors, what they've done in hell world is create false institutions of authority. Like I said, they are religious, quote, authorities, government, quote, authorities, licensing board, quote, authorities, publishing house, quote, authorities. All of those institutions are false authority. There's only one authority in God's beautiful reality, and that is His immutable law. And guess what, Christian warriors and newcomers? The reason why we have a hell world out there is because of the command positions in all of those institutions of false authority. These sloppy, bioengineered human bodies, we have psychopathy cropping up in our human genome at around 3% at any given time out of 7 billion on the planet. Psychopaths. Basically insect people. They have the minds of insects. No feeling, no remorse, no nothing. The only thing they care about is not getting caught and not dying. They're just insects. They're less than human beings, really. And what do Satanists and psychopaths sprint for? All the jobs that they want are those command positions of institutional authority. Those are all the jobs that they want. So you are guaranteed, for any 3% psychopathic, born psychopath, who's smart enough to chase what he wants and knows exactly in his or her insect mind how to get things done and how to make his will manifest, he or she is going to use those command positions of institutional authority. They sprint to those positions. Satanists, psychopaths, cabal minions, all of them sprint to those positions. And that's why we got the hell world out there. And for a couple millennia, no one has said anything against it. No one's done anything against it. No one's fought back. Nobody has used their God-given right of self-defensive force, even in a country Our United States of America, no, it is not the government. Our country is our countrymen and our countrywomen beside us. That's our country. Even in this country, we have codified in our own documents that we have a right to self-defensive force, and no one uses it. So, Christian warriors, we are in firm control of the conditions, the events out there in God's reality. His physical reality is being built by our actions or our inactions, whether they're moral or immoral, whether they're based in fear or based in love. All of those conditions are being set out there. It is our responsibility. We are in firm control of what happens. There is no predeterminism. There is no fate. So what is God's truth? God's truth, very simply, as was taught by ancient Christians to newcomers, God's truth is what has happened and what is happening now. There is nothing mystical about it. I know there's a bunch of New Age religions just feeding people a bunch of nonsense lately, saying that the truth can't be known and the truth is just tied to perspective. No, there is such a thing as objective truth. It is what has happened and what is happening now. Yes, the truth can be known. God's truth can be known. Even our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, knows this to be true and teaches. Ancient Christianity teaches the newcomers. It was missed when they were censoring and editing the Bible. Either that or the parasite class thought people were too dumb to get esoteric, inner Christian teachings. They may have thought that we were too dumb to even grasp it. But remember, in Mark 4:11, where our honored teacher Jesus Christ says that he is wrapping esoteric teachings in parables. People who are Christians after the ancient teachings, people who know the esoteric inner teachings, they understand the parables. Those who are without, those who believe exoteric, silly stuff like taking allegory literally, or worshiping the Sol Invictus myth that was slapped over our honored teacher Jesus Christ's life, all of that is exoteric belief. None of it is ancient, esoteric Christian knowledge. So we know that Jesus is talking to us in parables. And with that knowledge, when we read John 14:6, Jesus says, Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. And a lot of people think, oh, this means that we have to praise Jesus as like a sort of answering machine and he'll get our message to God. No. You pray to God the Father. Your relationship is with God the Father. No intermediaries, no teachers, no saints, no moms. This should have been a red flag for any sane Christian, that they were being diverted into worshiping someone but God the Father. And I have people complaining at me to this very day. They're getting mad that I'm saying pray to God the Father only. How could you get mad at that? So Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Now we know that Jesus is speaking in parables. When he says, I am the truth, he says that his name is synonymous with God's truth. That is the key to the parables that Jesus gives us. When he says, I am, it means the truth. When the apostles say Jesus, they mean God's truth. Unless there was a bunch of censoring and editing as far as the apostles go. But we have, straight from our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, that he is saying, my name is synonymous with God's truth. Now here is the key to that parable in practice when we go to Matthew 10:34 through 38. And a lot of modern Christians and Catholics, they trip over themselves trying to describe what Jesus is saying here because they don't understand what the parable is, the key to the parable. Jesus Christ's name is synonymous with God's truth. That is the key to the parable. So when an exoteric believer reads Matthew 10:34 through 38, they don't get it. And I've seen ridiculous mental gymnastics from supposed scholars of Christianity trying to make heads or tails of this. And because they're exoteric believers, they don't even hit the mark. So let's read Matthew 10:34 through 38. It says, Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. Jesus is saying this, right? Think not that I have come to send peace on earth. I come not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's foes shall be they of his own household. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. See, this confuses people because they think that Jesus is being a warmonger here. No, that is not even close to hitting the mark. I know what all of you have been taught. Leave your programming at the door. We know the parable key. The key to all of Jesus' parables is Jesus is synonymous with God's truth. That's the interchangeable word. So let's read Matthew 10:34 through 38 with God's truth in its place. And you can start seeing the ancient Christian teachings here. Think not that God's truth comes to send peace on earth. God's truth does not send peace, but a sword. Now in the ancient day, the sword is knowledge, is intellect, is truth. The sword is uncomfortable. It cuts through lies. It cuts through fantasy. That's why Jesus is saying this. For God's truth is come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. All of that is saying that God's truth isn't dependent on approval from others around you. That's not what it's dependent on. God's truth just is. It's what has happened and what is happening now. A man's foes shall be they of his own household, meaning that when God's truth is followed, agape love, then it will inevitably set you against members of your own family, because there's a bunch of people out there who are acting like dumb animals, and they are accepting fantasy, and they are lying to themselves. Those are the people, when you come to know God's truth and live it, no matter how comfortable it is, no matter how much approval you get, you will be set at variance with members of your own household when you do so. And it says, he that loveth father or mother more than the truth, God's truth, is not worthy of God's truth. And he that loveth son or daughter more than God's truth is not worthy of God's truth. Get it? Now it's starting to make sense, isn't it? Once we have the key to the parables. And he that taketh not his stauros is actually what it says here, not cross. The stauros in Greek is shaped like a capital T. So for all those people who think that Jesus Christ was dragging a huge cross on his shoulder through the streets, no, that's not how it worked. They would put the horizontal bar up against the back of their neck and strap their arms to it, and they'd be run through the streets just with that piece of wood, that bar, while people spit at them and throw stuff at them, all the way up to the crucifixion site, where they would lift that bar onto the vertical bar, wood, that was already driven into the ground. They lifted up to the top of that, forming a capital T. That's a stauros, and that's what Matthew 10:38 actually says. It does not say cross, it says stauros. But all of that is just extra information for you Christian warriors that moonlight as Christian scholars. I know you'd probably appreciate that. But it says that he that taketh not his stauros and followeth after God's truth is not worthy of God's truth. And that means that no matter what kind of shackles and problems you get, disapproval from institutions of false authority, even punishment from institutions of false authority, no matter what, you keep following God's truth, not speaking his truth or all this other stuff, just following it, doing moral action, careful action. All of that stuff is knowing God's truth, knowing his law, and doing his will, no matter what. So that is what Matthew 10:34 through 38 actually means. Using the key that Jesus gave us in John 14:6. Going by our honored teacher's own words, saying that he is speaking to us in parables. Now we know what God's truth is, and it has nothing to do with belief or perception or any silly nonsense. It's objective. We can all agree on it. Yes, sometimes personal things happen in your life that you're not going to be able to prove to others, but that can still be God's truth. You just got to keep it to yourself. For instance, I can tell people all day and all night that I have been out of body. God's Holy Spirit, guardian angel, separate from this physical body. I can tell people this, but I cannot prove it to them. There's no way to measure it scientifically. So I just got to keep it to myself, and it could go into people's consideration files in their head. So we know what God's truth is. Now God's law is what governs all the things that happen in God's beautiful reality. That's God's law governing the consequences for what happens. It's basically cause and effect. None of this has to do with people deciding what his law is or what moral or immoral behavior is. No, it's objective. We can all agree on it. It does not have to do with perspective. Perception is not truth. So God's law is what gives us the consequences for our behavior. And for a detailed description of what God's laws actually are, you could always buy my book if you want to help my family, or I read you my book for free. Go to the chapter that is God's Law and the Old Covenant, and I explain all of his laws in high detail. But I can't really get into that here because we'd be spending a lot of time every week doing this. We already do spend a bunch of time going over stuff that some people might get, but it's entirely necessary, Christian warrior, and that's what these sermons are all about, is learning God's truth and God's law, coming to know it, feeling good about yourself for knowing it, being confident in your actions, knowing that they are moral, not guessing, not going after what's been codified in this book or that. No, just knowing it. So God's law, God's will, has been done already in this universe. God's law is God's will, and it's already been done. It's mechanical. It gives consequences to our actions. Yes, God's law is mechanical, but God's care for us and love for us, God the Father, he has a vested interest in us. That is not mechanical. He really cares for you. He loves you. He wants you to understand his truth and his law, and he wants you to behave morally so you can stop getting negative consequences. If you got your hand in a fire and it's just burning your fleshy fingers off, you're just sitting there screaming and praying to God, God, please stop the burning. God is just looking at you going, when are you going to behave morally and start recognizing my law? In this case, my law is the fire. It's hot and it's burning you. There may be some creative consequences that can be bent in our favor, but no amount of praying is going to get you out of consequences that you're going to get from your careless, stupid, or immoral behavior. You're going to get those consequences. No praying about it. And no one else is going to take the rap for your consequences. There is no one 2,000 years ago who is going to die for your sins so you could just get away scot-free. No, you are going to face the consequences for your careless behavior and your immoral behavior. No one else takes the rap for that. I know what you've been taught. Leave your programming at the door. Really, there's only one of these statements that makes sense. That God's law is a mechanical force that gives consequences to our careless or immoral behavior, and even moral behavior gives positive consequences for that. That makes sense. The other magical mechanic of someone dying for your sins, all of that comes from a Sol Invictus myth taken literally, allegory taken literally. Not my opinion. That is not part of ancient Christianity. Those are not inner teachings that people are just blindly, emotionally trapped, conditioned, fearfully believing. Christianity existed at least as far back as 800 BC. We know it for a fact. BC means before Christ. That means Christianity existed before our honored teacher was even said to have lived. Before there was even a Bible written in 325 AD and packaged for us to consume that was safe, state approved, so the parasite class wouldn't get any grief from us. There were even Christians before the Pentateuch, the 5 books of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Before even those were written down, there were Christians. By the way, those were finally written down around 500 BC. And that's when the Pentateuch, the Old Testament, the Torah, was actually finally written down. So God's law is static, mechanical, can't wiggle your way out of it. You can insulate yourself from it. You can try to. That's what Satanists do. They try and insulate themselves from the consequences of God's law. Mostly they do this by putting out influence. Satanists will put out influence and get other people who are dumb to follow their orders and take on the moral consequence themselves. That's how Satanists try to insulate themselves from God's law. But there's no way to fully insulate yourself from God's law. And all of them know this. Even the cult-affiliated Satanists who have this knowledge, they know it too. Also, God's truth is an unstoppable force. They can try and hide the truth for as long as they can, but God's truth is like a tidal wave. It's going to crash through every dam you put in front of it. It just takes time, unfortunately. But, God's got plenty of time, got plenty of patience. We either start coming to know His truth and His law and acting morally, or we keep getting negative consequences forever and ever. So, fire is hot. It's part of God's law. It's mechanical. God isn't mad at you. You don't beg forgiveness from God the Father. God isn't mad at you. His law is just giving out consequences. If you stick your fleshy fingers in a fire, you're going to get burned. No praying about it. And God isn't mad at you for fire being hot. It's ridiculous what's been taught. God's truth and God's law are so much simpler, and they make a lot more sense. And all of these come from ancient Christianity. God is waiting for us to understand. He is waiting for us to behave morally. Right now, the only moral action that could get us out of this problem, this hell world, is self-defensive force, Christian warriors. I don't know how many times I gotta say it. So what is morality? Morality is action. That's how we know it's not just a figment in someone's mind. No one decides right from wrong. There is a static right from wrong. Moral action is care. It's behaving with care, behaving with nonviolence, and behaving in self-defensive force, should we need to. And of course, Christian warriors, in this moment, in our unfortunate hell world existence, in the physical reality on this beautiful planet that God created, we have Satanists just running the house, and the moral action that has to be taken is self-defensive force. That's what has to happen. No one's going to pull your butt out of the fire. We have to do it. That's our responsibility. Morality is care. Behave with nonviolence, behave with self-defense. That's moral action. Action. Care is not something that happens in thought or emotion. Those two expressions lead up to action. Then it becomes moral or immoral once you take action. We have to care. We have to behave nonviolently, and we have to behave in self-defensive force. All immoral action is violating God-given rights. That's immoral action. We are born with God-given rights, property rights. We were born in these bodies. It's ours. We own it. It's very simple. This is not up to people deciding what right and wrong are. We are born inside these bodies. We own them. No one else does. You do. That's it. No government owns it. No religion owns it. You own it. Those are your God-given rights, property rights. So when we care, we stop Satan, the force, the adversarial force, in its aspects of decay and destruction, because we are careful. We take care of our physical stuff, like our bodies, the stuff that we morally own, the enterprise that we morally conduct. We care to beat back Satan in its aspects of decay and destruction. That's what care does, moral action. Not selfish care like you've heard being taught, Satanist conditioning out there in hell world saying, oh, only care for yourself and your immediate family and friends, caring for me and my own. No, that's selfish care. That's Satanism, actually. That's part of their religion. Don't be like that. They are influencing everybody to take up aspects of their religion. Selfish care is one of them. Not caring about the condition out there. Oh, I only care about myself and my family and that's it. That's selfish. That ain't care. That's limited hangout care. That's not what I'm talking about when I say behave with care. Behaving with care means to behave with agape love. Care about the condition out there. Care about everybody. If anyone is in slavery, that's one person too many. And folks, if we are all under the yoke of this fractional reserve system, then we are all being enslaved. So care about it. Care also is what stops Satanists from taking over the world. Recently, it's been popularized, the ritual at Bohemian Grove, that all the Satanists and their dumb little minions go and they do this ritual every year. That ritual is called the cremation of care, that is burning away care. And the ritual isn't magical or anything like that. Ritual is just for beginners to solidify their will so they can all get on the same page and bring their will into reality through action. That's what ritual is all for. It's just for beginners to focus their will. That is what the cremation of care ritual at Bohemian Grove is for. All the Satanists get together and they are burning away care. Even the effigy that they burn, which is like this human-looking thing, before their satanic ancient god Molech, which could be an owl or a bull, at the Bohemian Grove site, it's actually a big rock that looks like a horned owl. But they are burning this effigy of a man, which they call dull care. They think, in their silly notions, because a lot of these people are exoteric believers as well, they think that through this ritual they can get people to not care about what they're doing and not care that they're taking over the planet. The ritual itself is not working, it's just that their influence on top of the fact, that turns people's brains all around to where they don't even know up from down anymore. That's all influence-based. The ritual had no magical effect, it just focuses all of those Satanists' will to keep doing what they're doing, putting out their influence, making sure to twist and invert all of God's creation. So of course, they're burning care. Cremation of care is the ritual at Bohemian Grove. They are trying to destroy care. No, it's not a magical thing. All it is focusing all those Satanists' will to carry on with their plan, their influence, heading for those command positions of institutional false authority. They'll just carry on and focus their will, stay on the same page through centuries, generational, and enslave everybody else who is not a Satanist. They're even enslaved by themselves in little hierarchies all the way up the chain. Even weird non-physical entities. But you know who's at the top of the pyramid, Christian warriors? Satan, the adversarial force. Fear controls them all. Fear, decay, destruction. So that is why they do that Bohemian Grove ritual. The cremation of care. They are burning care. They're trying to make sure that everyone out there doesn't act in self-defensive force. The ritual itself is not working on the people, their influence is. There's nothing magical about it. They are just focusing their will and bringing their will, using what they know about God's reality, into physical conditions for us. And no one's doing anything about it. That's why we have to behave morally. We have to care. Also, behaving morally is behaving non-violently. Violence has taken on a new meaning through popular usage when before it originally meant a violation of God-given rights. Something that you're doing against an innocent party. Do not start or initiate physical harm on an innocent party. No, it does not mean hurting someone's feelings. That's just influence. They have a decision to be offended or not, just like you do. Physical harm is what violence is, not hurting people's feelings. More Satanist conditioning out there is telling people that violence is not only any act of force that destroys something, but it's also hurting someone's feelings. No, neither of those things are violence. Violence is the violation of God-given rights. That is initiating, starting harm on an innocent party. That's behaving non-violently. Notice how I do not say behave with non-aggression, because aggression itself is a tool that God gives us to say no. Aggression and anger both are not evil, are not bad, like they've been teaching in these nonsense New Agey religions. Aggression has its place. Anger has its place. They are tools to be used. No, we do not let the tool use us. We use the tool. It is for us to use to say no to Satanist conditioning and say no to Satanist enslavement. Now, the most important one is self-defensive force, an act of agape love. That is absolutely required, Christian warriors. Self-defensive force is required. You cannot pray your way out of this, and there is no escaping into heaven. Yes, we all go to heaven to pick new parents, but we're coming right back here, getting our skin in the game, because that's God's system of spiritual progression. The Satanists know it. There's even huge statues. The Court of the Pina at the Vatican, they know God's system of spiritual progression, and they keep it from you. Because they want you to believe that it's all done in one, and you just keep your head down, you pray in a corner, and you just get to escape into heaven while they turn this place into a hell world. And I've heard modern Christians and Catholics say this to me, that Satan owns this planet. No. We do not just give this planet over to Satan. It's ridiculous. Not even a Christian thing to say. We are so many centuries into people violating our God-given rights. The parasite class out there, Satanists, their cabal of minions, they have been consistently violating our God-given rights with zero pushback from us. Zero! Because everyone's waiting for saviors and thinking someone else will do the work for them. No. The responsibility is ours. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We are to do God's will here. His will has already been done. It is the immutable law out there giving consequences. He's waiting for us to understand. One of the passages that was missed in the Bible, describing self-defensive force and your right to it, not the right of cops, not the right of military, your right, your personal right. See, one thing that people don't get is that even in our constitutional republic, and believe me, I'd love for everyone to live in an anarchonic society, but we're nowhere near that spiritually. We're generations short and millions of teachers shy of actually having an anarchonic society, so I have a grudging acceptance of the necessity of a constitutional republic. And in that constitutional republic, what our founders actually put down for us, advice for us to follow, is that when we're born on this soil, we were born into a coast-to-coast militia. No flags necessary, no affiliation necessary, and no well-regulated does not mean regulated by the government. No, it does not mean the National Guard. It means that everyone is a good cop. Every single person over the age of 15, especially women, are trained in the use of the weapons of the day, the modern weapons of the day, in our case, firearms. So it's in there, and we should all be understanding that we have an individual, all of us have the right to self-defensive force should anyone dare to violate our God-given rights. Even in Luke 22:36 it says, Jesus says, Then said he unto them, But now he that hath a purse, let him take it, and likewise his scrip. And he that hath no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. Direct from our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, saying that if you do not have a modern weapon of the day, back then it was a sword, then you better sell the clothes off your back and buy one. One big militia, one coast-to-coast group, one big family, all good cops. No one abdicating their right to self-defensive force to any other institution, any other people. No, cops aren't the only people allowed to do it. No, military aren't the only people allowed to do it, because guess what? All those command positions of institutional authority are being commanded by Satanists at the moment. So they're telling them what to do, and everyone following immoral orders is being a little order-following baby Satanist rat. Whether they think so or not, whether they know it or not, that's what they're doing. If you're following immoral orders, you are getting the consequences from God's law, not the person who told you to do it. Now, when I say that you either know things or you don't know things, it all comes down to staying away from belief. Belief is nonsense. You don't just believe things, you know things. That's what ancient Christians taught. They were often called knowers. So the ancient Christians taught it in a different way. They would teach the trivium to their young, which is knowledge, understanding, wisdom. Wisdom being equal to action. So you take in the knowledge, no matter where it's coming from, all of it. You sift through it. You do not fear knowledge. There's certain people out there that think they'll get possessed or something from picking up a satanic Bible and reading through it.
You have to know your enemy to fight them. God wants you to actually take in all of God's truth, all the knowledge that you can. Then you sift through it. You weed out the inconsistencies. You get proof, physical proof, that's cross-referenced, to verify the claims in that body of knowledge. That's the understanding part. And once you've come to an understanding, you can act on that information. That is the wisdom part. Taking action. So ancient Christians would teach the trivium to their young. Knowledge, understanding, wisdom. To put it in a simpler, more modern way, it's input, processing, output. And to give you an idea of how to organize your thoughts like the ancients taught, imagine in your head you got 2 computer files. One is marked consideration. You consider this stuff. And the other file is marked knowledge. You know this stuff. You either know stuff or you don't know stuff. There is no file marked belief. So when you have a claim, information, it gets thrown in your consideration file. And if you don't have the proof to back up these claims, physical proof that are cross-referenceable, then that doesn't leave your consideration file. You can just strongly consider it if you want, but you don't know it. That's the big difference. Now, as we go through the Bible, I give you a lot of stuff for your consideration file for you to go out and verify a lot of this stuff on your own. I can't know everything. I'm just one man. And then you can find the proof to then start moving some of this stuff from your consideration file into your knowledge file. There are certain things that I know about God's reality that people would just laugh at. Not because they have proof otherwise, no. It's because they worship false institutions of authority, and they've been conditioned a certain way to think a certain way and believe things in a certain way. Not because they have any type of knowledge that I do not. When I say that I know something, it's because they're just emotionally conditioned. That's how the ancient Christians would teach newcomers how to organize their thoughts. You either know stuff or you don't. Christian warriors, there's a consideration file in your head and a knowledge file in your head. Everything goes to the consideration file first until you can prove it and move stuff over into your knowledge file. You either know stuff or you don't know stuff. There is no belief. And being a Christian, what accepting Christ means to the ancient Christians, what it means is that you accept God's truth, God's law, and you do His will. That's what accepting Christ means. 777. Putting down 666. The beast consciousness. That's acting like an animal, thinking like an animal, feeling like an animal, behaving like an animal. 666. And instead we accept Christ. 777. That is thinking, feeling, and behaving morally, knowing God's truth, not believing it, knowing God's law, not believing it, and behaving morally. That's accepting Christ. And there is no need for a holy act. There's no need to change your whole personality to become a Christian. No. You can listen to Iron Maiden, gangster rap, whatever. All that Satanist conditioning, once you know how to spot it, does not affect you anymore. You don't need to just start listening to Christian rock all the time if you're going to become a Christian. No, you don't need to do that. You need to first come to understand what Satanist conditioning is so you can spot it, and then that stuff doesn't influence you anymore. You're completely protected by knowing God's truth and knowing God's law. That's where protection comes from. And of course, behaving morally. Sometimes we got to look out for the infirm or little kids. They really need our help, our protection. And speaking of kids, Christian warriors, teach your kids how to spot Satanist conditioning. Be involved with their whole life up until you're done being a steward to them, which is legally around 18, but that number isn't just for fun. It's actually when people can start behaving like adults in society, around 18 years old. Not because it was codified in some book, but because that's when you're a young adult. So all the way up until that point, you are a steward of them, and you have to pay attention. No excuses. Oh, I gotta work, and I gotta do this, and I gotta do that. I can't pay attention to what they're learning in school. Those are all excuses, and they're not valid. Look at what's happening out there in Hell World right now. They're actually trying to tell people in our beautiful country that the parents don't have any right to decide what they're being taught in school. It's absolutely absurd. And that's what you get for being lazy and not being involved in the raising of your kids. Christian warriors, raising your kids does not mean covering their expenses. That's not raising kids. Raising kids means teaching them what I'm teaching you. Coming to know God's truth and God's law. Understanding what Satanist conditioning is. Understanding that false authority means nothing, and at best it's redundant. The only authority in God's reality is God. God the Father. His law. His immutable law is already out there, giving consequences. The best that government law can do is be redundant and back up God's actual law. That's the best that government law can do. Fake human law. Mostly it just goes the opposite direction. Keeps tightening the screws of control. Leveraging people through fear. Now remember, Satan is fear. Morality is so simple, Christian warriors. All it is behaving with care, behaving with nonviolence, and behaving with self-defensive force. All of that is very simple. We are in control of that condition out there. God's law gives us consequences for behaving through fear or through love. When we behave through love, we get order and we get freedom. When we behave through fear, we get slavery and we get chaos. See, Christian warriors, ancient Christianity made sense. All of this is just objective knowledge. None of it has to do with belief or taking allegory literally. Notice how all of this sounds a lot different than what's been taught the last 1,600 years. It's really too bad. That's why I'm bringing it back, Christian warriors, so you can start teaching this stuff to your kids. None of what I'm saying is wrong or untrue or even dangerous or anything like that. It's teaching you the basics. You're not taught to believe a bunch of silly stuff. You're not taught to take allegory literally out of some book that's been censored and edited. Our Adam human species is going through a learning process right now, and the Satanists are having a little bit of trouble keeping control, as you can see from these panic moves for the last couple of years. Now, are we going to let them win and tighten the screws, or are we going to usher in God's truth and God's law? Or are we going to start behaving morally? Which one? We decide. No saviors. The only savior is moral behavior. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Sunday has rolled around again, the inexorable march of time. But, time doesn't bother we Christians after the ancient teachings. We're not afraid of death. These bodies get old, broken, and dead. We understand God's system of creation and God's system of spiritual progression. So welcome to the regular congregation. I love and appreciate all of you. Welcome to the newcomers, to the only ministry in town teaching ancient Christianity. That is Christianity that came before the Bible, before Jesus the Nazarene was even said to have lived, before Catholicism, before Judaism, not my opinion. Like, for example, the inscription of the Etherean Sybil is an inscription in Greek, carved into stone, with ancient Christian symbolism all over the thing, that dates to 800 BC, before Christ. The word Christos itself means anointed, and that is the biggest hint of ancient Christianity right there. Christ means anointed. Messiah means anointed. Being anointed is Christianity. It's not just for superhumans and sons of God. No, it's for you. That's what God the Father wants you to do. It is your spiritual responsibility in the present moment and every moment after. Christianity means that you are accepting Christ, and it has nothing to do with taking literally any allegory, myth, and legend built around our honored teacher, Jesus the Nazarene, and Essene, who took the name Jesus because it's symbolic. You should familiarize yourself with the book I wrote, A Return to Ancient Christianity, and every single one of those past sermons. We're on 176 now, I think. But the ancient spiritual methodology of Christianity is the way it is across all of God's beautiful reality. Not just this planet, all the other ones too. Because it's recognizing God's truth and law. It is measured spirituality, accepting Christ. It came before the flood, before the cataclysms. It landed in areas like Babylon and the Levant area, but it's old, and I'm bringing the old stuff back. Christianity means that you're anointed, not the eternal scumbag like the unworthiness doctrine and cults teach. I have a whole chapter in my book based on cult tactics, and you should familiarize yourself with them as well. So the ancient spiritual methodology of Christianity has to do with accepting Christ, putting down 666, beast consciousness, animal nature, and developing your human nature, your spiritual responsibility. Because you have rational thought and reason, you have responsibility. That puts you separate from the animals. Satanism itself is the ego-driven force. It's believing that you're one of these animals. You have a spiritual responsibility to be better. And that is the point of becoming anointed, being the Christian. To do this, as the ancients taught, you must master, not get there. Oh, I'm getting there. No, not the eternal cul-de-sac of, I'm getting there, but I'm an imperfect Christian and I'm trying. I'm just addicted to stuff, addicted to people, just out of control. No, you're supposed to set goals before yourself and achieve them. Get control. It is not about getting there. It's about being the Christian. Don't claim it if you ain't one. If you can't look into that mirror and say, I have mastered my thoughts, emotions, and actions, then don't claim Christianity, because you are not one. Go through the process. Dig through the trauma. Heal it. You can do it. But that's what Christianity is, being anointed. You are the master of your thoughts, emotions, and actions. You behave courageously with care, nonviolence, and self-defense 100% of the time. No excuses. No one gets a pass. I hear the slogans out there, the stupid slogans of, family first. No, wrong. It's God's truth, God's law first, family second. Get it right. Your family won't achieve anything good or wholesome of any value at all if you put God's truth and God's law after family. So teach your kids better. Teach whoever you can reach. Get this congregation to grow. Because there's a reason why you see churches, synagogues, temples, mosques out there. It's because they don't threaten Satanists at all. They've infiltrated all of those exoteric religions, even enough to malign Christianity into its modern form. But you know what really threatens Satanists? Ancient Christianity. And I'm building up that army again. If I gotta be the only one doing it, so be it. To all the regular congregation, you know I love and appreciate you real Christian warriors. Real Christians. Spiritually adult, intellectually adult, emotionally adult people out there. Not part of the group that behaves like a dumb animal and a dumb child all the time. Christianity is the answer to 666, beast consciousness, and it's time we built the army again. So I'm bringing the old stuff back. Let's praise our Father on this day, Sunday. We choose it because it's a Mithraic trapping. Who cares? It's harmless. But we get together with our friends, our family, maybe the pets that we are the stewards of, and we show praise to our Father, not to stroke his ego. He doesn't have one. He does have a sense of humor, though, and he'll punk you if you're being ignorant. But we praise our Father because we know what we truly are, and we're happy about it. We're not doing it for his benefit. We're doing it for ours, because showing gratitude takes the place of complaint. So if you're sitting there thinking that you can just stroke God's ego all day, or diverting your attention off onto teachers, saints, and moms, then you got it wrong. And the Christians after the ancient teachings that came before Judaism would call you the profane, the spiritually dead. And there will be no profanity in this ecclesia, so run along, child. I can't help you yet. Maybe one day you'll want to grow up. The child's view of Christianity, what everyone's been sold through Catholicism, through the Dark Ages. When the Roman Empire fell, they latched onto and maligned Christianity to use it as a control mechanism. That child's view, taking it from cradle to grave, is pathetic. You're an adult, be one. It's fine for little kids who don't have their rational thought and reason capabilities up to par yet, but you can't take it to your grave. Go see my sermon on brainwave states. This is measured fact. God's truth is visible, measurable. You ought to know it so you can behave carefully and objectively morally inside his beautiful reality. I don't care what you've been taught, leave your programming at the door. I especially don't care about what ethics professors teach all these bobbleheads, when ethics professors are constantly getting clapped on the back by the parasite class and Satanists above them for sowing all sorts of nonsense havoc in these dumb ideologies, this stupid solipsism all over the place, constantly conflating perspective and perception and culture and a position in time-space to ethics. saying that morality is a construct. No, it's not. It's objective. There really is such a thing as innocence and violence. Go see past sermons and get familiar with the book A Return to Ancient Christianity. So we got a bunch of wild stuff happening these days, Christian warriors. We got DevCOG marching along. No matter who thinks stupid things or not, your opinions don't matter during this time. DevCOG is loosed. Lots of big stuff happening. SPLC being exposed for the whole thing at Charlottesville, giving money to these tiny little groups of racist morons, and trying to equate that with MAGA. So funny. Getting caught. No bones about it. Also, the people that were signing on to the first hoax impeachment that failed against Trump. No, I'm not a supporter of any one person, but I do understand DevCOG is happening, and Trump is currently the face of it. If you don't know what DevCOG is, Devolution Continuity of Government, go see past sermons. I do not support people, I support actions, or I disapprove of actions to varying degrees. So, before you call me a supporter of this or that person, learn something. However, we got lots of stuff happening, and it's going to take a little bit to go through the justice system of our constitutional republic, and that's by design, because you don't want to get railroaded by a corrupt justice system. And if you've ignored your constitutional republic for 200 plus years, and you get a corrupt judicial system, then you want to out the corruption right off the bat by marching these indictments through and seeing who is going to follow the law of the land and who is not. But remember, the law of the land, man's law, comes after God's law. It's just that you have to understand the unfortunate necessity for the trainer wheels on the bicycle right now. The constitutional republic is a daycare. If everyone's going to behave like dumb animals and dumb children, you're gonna need a daycare. And that's what the constitutional republic is. For all those people getting mad at it, you don't know anything. It's like dropping your kids off at daycare and saying, there's no teachers there. Would you drop your kid off at that daycare? These kids would be out in the street. And that's exactly what would happen if you tried to rush some sort of anarchonic utopia. Sorry, not sorry, freedom movement. Trying to put the cart before the horse. Really dumb. People have to reach spiritual adulthood before the trainer wheels come off, and that's what I'm here for. And it's going to take that coast-to-coast militia to remove those trainer wheels. You better understand that. All of what we're seeing right now is the steady march of DevCOG planning, finally undoing this system of corruption. Started with USAID, and now it's maturing into controlling all of the energy choke points on the planet. If you don't know geopolitics, don't open your mouth. And especially don't hit my comments and email section. I don't care what you have to say. The worst thing that could possibly happen to the internet in general is comment sections on every website. Encouraging people to just bleed out their ignorance is just gonna lead to what you see today. Rampant, stupid ignorance where a lie travels around the world faster than the truth can even get its shoes on. So lots and lots of people are gonna get busted pretty soon. If you think it's all gonna revolve around the Epstein files, this nebulous thing that people think is a big stack of files, very dumb, well, you'd be wrong. It's going to be a whole bunch of stuff all at once. By the way, those people who believe just anything they read in the Epstein files, you gotta sift through there and see what claims can actually be validated. A lot of people don't know this, but during the Biden administration, the very first thing they did was open up a hotline for people to call and say, where on the doll did Trump touch you? And of course, you have tens of thousands of people who are all part of the lefty 18% liberal ideological minority. Yeah, you're gonna see when we get paper ballots one day voting, you're gonna see that there ain't no such thing as 50-50 in this country. You've been had through media to believe that there is any mathematical possibility that it would split perfectly 50-50 among 325 million people. A perfect ideological split year over year. Oh wow, it's so close. That's impossible. Really what it is 18% versus over 80%. Lefty liberals being in the vast minority. And you're going to see it proven to you. For all those people who know lefty liberal people, and by the way, I am not Republican conservative because I don't know other Republicans. I can't see them. I'm a 1776 American patriot, period, the end. But for anyone who knows the lefty liberal, you should really encourage their blue anon conspiracy theory of Trump's going to steal the election and say, yeah, don't you think we should have paper ballots one day voting? No mail-in ballots? And they'd say, yeah, encourage it. It'll be funny because what it's going to do is speed along the inevitable where they realize that, oh, we're part of the minority ideology here in this country. You're never going to get socialism. You're never going to get communism in this country, ever. What else we got in the news? The Trump assassination attempt number, what is this, 3, 4? I lose count. And every single time you have the lefty, liberal, blue and on conspiracy theorists say, this is staged. Yeah, recent guy, Caltech graduate, lefty all his life, very vocal on social media all the way back. Yeah, he was just deeply embedded, right? A plant. No, he's just another clown who doesn't understand anything and lashes out. He can be steered around by Satanist rats. That's what happens. It's getting to the point where the 18% lefty liberal out there is trying to just justify murder of people if they insult or offend you. How much of a crybaby are you? This moral relativism is childish garbage. So a lot of things are going to be overturned. Fake impeachment number 1, Russian collusion already proven to be a hoax. Now the Unite the Right rally was funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC, provably on paper. They funded it. They got all those people out there to march with tiki torches, trying to tie them to regular old 177 American patriots like myself and other conservative Republicans outside of my very small group. My group understands the constitutional republic being what it is. Republicans don't really understand it. That Unite the Right rally was the one charade that all the 18% lefty liberal really lapped up, that propaganda milk. And then the cult milked the very fine people quote, even though Trump said at the very beginning at that paragraph, the complicit media deceptively edited it out. He said that racist morons should be condemned, but, that's not what they wanted to focus on. And then they ran with that fake edited quote, oh, very fine people on both sides, totally ignoring what he said right before it, saying all of those racist fools should be condemned. We just have a lot of exposure going on right now, and it's going to get to be a whole lot of fun. So for people scratching their heads, wondering what's going on, go see past sermons. I explain it all the way through the years here. As things are happening, you'll go back in time and say, oh, I remember when that happened. Sermon 1 through 175. So the initial intelligence officials that backed the Steele dossier, they're all getting busted right now. You know who's really quiet as a mouse? James Clapper. Isn't that weird? What else is in the news? A bunch of people who are involved with high tech or space tech going missing or being murdered. You know what that is? That's the cult pitching a fit, trying to retain control when they know that DevCOG cannot be stopped, and they will indeed be releasing subdued tech to the populace. That includes medical technology as well. During this rollout of DevCOG, when we come out the other end of it, it's going to be a brand new day, and all the 18% lefty liberals, they'll either double down or admit that they were wrong. Can't wait. Luckily, I don't have to try and convince those small amounts of people in our country while DevCOG happenings, because it doesn't matter what they say, what they do, it's going through. It's a good time to be an American in this 250th year of our beautiful constitutional republic. Yes, I want nothing more than to have an anarchonic utopia, but I'm not an idiot. I understand that if people are behaving in beast consciousness and acting like dumb animals and dumb children, you ain't gonna get that until they grow up. That's what these trainer wheels are for. But I love all of you Christian warriors and all of my brothers and sisters here in this country and even outside the country, because we're all brothers and sisters out there. And we all have that responsibility to praise our Father, not to try and kiss his hand all day and get him to do nice stuff for you, grow up, but to show gratitude. That old phrase, count your blessings, it's important. So let's get this sermon underway. All the spiritual teachings you'll ever get are in the basics of ancient Christianity, which I start every single sermon with. It's for the newcomers to hit first and for the regular congregation to really internalize. Also, because we do objective Bible study, you ain't going to get too much spiritual teaching in the Ebrite mythology that we're starting out with. Can't wait to get to the New Testament, though. There's little nuggets of truth, God's law, old Christianity that they couldn't totally erase. We'll be looking at that stuff in the future. So don't skip those basics, and since you know that's a sermon that I did a long while ago, years ago, I'll say it again. Good morning, Christian warriors. It is time to get this sermon going. But first, we're going to do the odds and the ends, which were a bunch of metaphors and analogies I thought of later that belong in the basics of ancient Christianity, and we're going to do the exercises so you can understand that you're never separated from your Father. He loves you and he is not mad at you. So to the regular congregation, feel free to skip ahead about 25 minutes. So, Christian warriors, I sure hope you know those basics before you skip ahead, because those basics do not change.
They are the rules of the game here in God's beautiful reality. You see, Christian warriors, God's truth and law came first, before books and religions. God's law was put into motion the second our Father created all things. His law governs all things. And that's what ancient Christians taught. They taught how to recognize God's truth and how to recognize God's law. It made sense, ancient Christianity. It was measurable. Ancient Christians taught responsibility. They taught how to take moral action. You see, Christian warriors, you can experiment with God's immutable law if you're daring enough or stupid enough, but I wouldn't recommend it. The information is out there. You take in the information, you understand it, and then you bring your understanding of that information, that knowledge, into right and moral action. All of that is not only the ancient trivium process of learning, but it was also what ancient Christians taught. The thing that we have to grasp is that we are in control, all of God's children. We're all born with the exact same God-given rights. We all have God's Holy Spirit, our guardian angels, the real us, inside these physical bodies, these expressions that come and go, and you'll have many more. Christian warriors, we have a connection to our Father that cannot be broken, stolen, or sold. Throw all of that silly fan fiction where an entity can steal your soul, where you can sell it, all that nonsense. Throw it out the door. I know what everyone's been taught. Leave your programming at the door. We must all revitalize an existing connection with our Father. So the way that God's law works is very simple. If we all behave like warriors and we all behave morally and carefully, then we get a condition of freedom and love out there. But if we all behave like cowardly slaves and crybabies, that is behaving with apathy, not caring. That is behaving with ignorance, not taking in available information to understand it. You're ignoring available information. That is if we behave with cowardice, and you all know what that is. That's behaving like a crybaby and a slave. And that's not what our Father made us for. We're not expressing for Him and experiencing for Him to be cowardly slaves in the physical. No. We are to cultivate our courage and our care and behave morally within the parameters of His law. So if we all behave carelessly and immorally, then we get a condition of slavery and fear out there, and that's exactly what we got. We got a hell world being created and perpetuated by a handful of Satanists that have sprinted to those command positions of institutional authority. All psychopaths and or Satanists, they love those job openings and they have taken them. And because people are not behaving with care and they are not behaving morally, the hell world is getting worse. But it's really that simple. We behave like warriors, we behave morally and carefully, we get a condition of freedom and love out there. It can be turned around. We have to do His will. It is our responsibility to do His will. That's why our honored teacher Jesus Christ says in Matthew, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." It is our responsibility to do it. If we don't do His will, that is, accept Christ, behave morally and carefully, and accepting Christ as taught by the ancient Christians before Roman Catholicism, even before the Pentateuch of Judaism was even written down, ancient Christians taught that accepting Christ means to behave with care, real care. Not the fake slogan that's propagated in Satanist media, "I only care about me and my own." That is fake care. Real care is, if one person is suffering, that's one person too many. If one person is enslaved, that's one person too many. That's real care right there. So we must behave with care to accept Christ. We must behave with nonviolence. That means not initiating physical harm on an innocent party. No, words are not violence. Words are just influence. That's not violence. So we must behave with nonviolence, and we must behave with self-defensive force should someone dare to violate our God-given rights. And all God-given rights, which are human rights or just rights, are property rights. You want to know how they exist? You're born into your body, you own it. That's your property. You're born with it. God gave it to you for you to express and an experience for him through it. Now it's your property. And that's where rights come from. They're all property rights. So anyone who says it's a figment of anyone's imagination just having human rights, and you can prove it very simply, all God-given rights are property rights. And if someone violates those God-given rights, physically, remember, words are not violence. It's the person doing the physical initiation of harm on the innocent party. That's who is to blame, and that's who must be stopped with self-defensive force. So we fight influence with counter-influence, like saying no and putting our foot down, seeing what they bring next. And we fight physical violence with our physical self-defensive force. That's how you behave morally. That's how you behave like a Christian warrior. And that is accepting Christ, as the ancient Christians taught it. Also, accepting Christ means to become the master of your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. So all of that stuff is accepting Christ. It has nothing to do with taking allegory literally, or taking the legends that have been built around our honored teacher Jesus Christ and taking those literally. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with taking responsibility. To accept Christ, as the ancient Christians taught it, you must become the master of your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions, and you must behave with care, with nonviolence, with self-defense. If we all behave carefully and morally, in the aggregate, that means everybody, then we get a condition of freedom and love out there. Because people are not doing that is why we have a condition of slavery and fear out there, the hell world, on God's beautiful paradise planet. It's an absolute disgrace, and we gotta change it. Where most modern Christians and Catholics go wrong is they've accepted the anthropomorphization of Satan, which is all just fan fiction. Satan is a force. It is way worse than just one entity twirling his mustache, with goat legs and hooves and horns, carrying a pitchfork, trying to ruin all of God's plans, or making you spill your milk in the morning, or making it rain on your wedding day. All that silly nonsense has to go. Satan is a force. It is the force of entropy. That is decay and destruction as it relates to the physical stuff. That is fear as it relates to your consciousness. To combat Satan, we must build up our courage and beat back Satan in its aspect of fear. We must employ our care to maintain our stuff, our mind, our bodies, the world around us, to beat back Satan in its aspect of decay and destruction. This is what ancient Christians taught. And Satan is not outside of our Father's control. God the Father put Satan out there on purpose, because it gives negative consequences. It is the harsher teacher. When we behave carelessly and immorally, we get consequences from the force of Satan. And it is not outside of our Father's control. Everything is inside of our Father's control. He is the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. Of course, he has full control over everything. This whole fan fiction of Satan surprising God the Father and God getting mad is absolutely ridiculous. There is nothing outside of our Father's control. Our real battle is with Satanists, and that's who we have to physically stop. If they employ influence, we say no and see where they take it. And if they employ physical violence against an innocent party, whether it be you, the infirm, our children, then we employ our self-defensive force to stop them. It's influence for influence, action for action. That's how we stop Satanists, and that's who our battle is with. Another thing modern Christians and Catholics have to wrap their head around is that there is no such thing as predeterminism and fate or prophecy or destiny, because we have free will. That is the gift our Father gave us, so we can experience and express through these physical bodies for our Father in the beautiful reality that He created. Because we have free will, predeterminism and fate do not exist with it. It's one or the other. Because we have free will, there ain't no fate, predeterminism, destiny, prophecy, all that stuff cannot exist when we have free will. So we are to do His will here. We are the ones who have to fix that hell world out there and make sure it doesn't happen anymore. We are the ones that must stop Satanists. Not saviors, not God the Father. He ain't going to pull your hand out of the fire. When you're sticking your hand in the fire, that's an analogy. What that means is that you are behaving with 666, beast consciousness, chasing around sensation without moderation or responsibility. That's 666. Beast consciousness, the animal nature, animal behavior. Not human nature. It is animal nature, because they display theft and deception in just about the lowest life forms you can find. Human nature is our spiritual responsibility. With our gifts of rational thought and reason, we cultivate our spiritual selves. Spiritual first, all else second. And that is where our human nature comes from. It is not the same as animal nature. It is not human nature to be thieves and liars. It is not human nature to behave violently. That is violating the God-given rights of an innocent party. That's not our human nature. That's all animal nature. 666, beast consciousness, which is why ancient Christians taught to take up 777, accept Christ. So when we are putting our hand in the fire, we are behaving with 666 beast consciousness. We are not the masters of our thoughts, emotions, and actions. We are behaving with apathy, cowardice, and ignorance. Like building addictions, that's sticking your hand in the fire. Like infatuation, that's sticking your hand in the fire. Like not stopping Satanists, that's sticking your hand in the fire. And God the Father ain't going to pull our hand out of the fire. He's waiting for us to understand His law, His truth, and He's got plenty of time. Just like we have plenty of time through expression after expression. Yes, that was part of ancient Christianity. No, it's not my opinion. Go back to the basics if you're confused about that. So we must do His will here, or that condition out there does not change. No saviors are going to fix it for you. God the Father is not going to fix it for you. The only savior is moral behavior in the aggregate. There is no prophecy, no destiny, no predeterminism, no fate, because we have free will, so nothing is meant to be, everything is made to be. To give another analogy that I often give, imagine a guy is destroying his apartment with piles of trash all over the place, cockroaches running everywhere, and his friend comes over and says, "When are you going to clean up your apartment? Take responsibility." And that guy tells him, "Oh no, in the Bible it says, all apartment cleaning is mine, so saith the Lord. So I'm not going to do anything." Or even worse, he says, "Nope, Jesus Christ is coming back and He's going to clean my apartment for me." Or as the fan fiction goes, Jesus Christ is going to destroy my current apartment and then build me a new one that I could set to destroying again with my animal nature. Or even worse, he tells his friend, "No, Satan just owns my apartment. This is the way it's going to be." Notice how that analogy explains exactly how Catholicism and modern Christianity have been taught for the last 1,600 years. That's why I'm bringing the old stuff back, Christian warriors. This is not my new take on Christianity. This is the old stuff. Christianity existed provably at least as far back as 800 BC. Not my opinion, there is archaeological evidence of this, and hit the basics if you don't know what I'm talking about. And probably the most important thing that ancient Christians taught is that you either know stuff or you don't know stuff. There ain't no such thing as faith or belief to a Christian after the ancient teachings. Imagine you have two files in your head, one labeled consideration, the other one labeled knowledge. There is no file in your head labeled belief or faith. Those two terms are interchangeable. They are in each other's definitions, faith and belief. So you either know stuff or you don't know stuff. That's what ancient Christians taught. So when you get a claim, it goes to your consideration file in your head. When you can verify that claim with some evidence, then it moves to your knowledge file. And just trusting somebody on their word is not evidence of a claim. For all those people blindly following anyone who says they have insiders, that is not proof of a claim. So you either know stuff or you don't know stuff. That is of primary importance to a Christian after the ancient teachings. If you don't have evidence for a claim, it stays in your consideration file. We must grow up and become the master of our thoughts, emotions, and actions. Christian warriors, let's do our exercises. We do them every week because it's important to feel good about ourselves during this battle against Satanists. And it's not for any egoic reason. The ego is just a tool. It teaches us individuality in God's beautiful reality. A teacher of mine once said, "The problem is not that people have an ego, the problem is that the ego has them." That's chasing around sensation, hedonism, without any moderation or responsibility. Abstinence is not the answer. Responsibility and moderation is the answer. Feeling pleasure is not evil. It's just that behaving like a dumb animal is not to do. or putting the ego on a pedestal. All of that is Satanism. So we do our exercises to feel good about ourselves, to understand that we must revitalize our connection with our Father. We gotta uplift these attitudes to be effective Christian warriors out there. Because if you can be led around by your emotions still, you got a lot of work to do. Remember, it's thoughts, emotions, then action in that order. If you can be led around by your emotions, that is, led around on a leash, then you got a lot of work to do. If you can be led around by influence, that's words, promises, threats, paychecks, lies, all of that is just influence. If you could be led around by influence, like you're being led around on a leash like a dumb animal, then you got a lot of work to do. Christian warriors, if you can be led around by emotions or influence still, led around on a leash like a dumb animal in 666 beast consciousness, then you can bet that Satanists are holding that leash. It is time to take the leash off. And if you're feeling depressed, which is just a clinical word for sad, no, not everyone can have the very rare chemical imbalance of manic depression. So if you're feeling sad, I'd say that's a pretty reasonable response to that hell world out there. And it does not require drugs or escapism. It requires your courage, your action. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're feeling anxious, which is just a clinical word for fear, and no, not everyone can have the chemical imbalance of anxiety, it's actually pretty rare, I'd say that fear is a pretty reasonable response to that hell world out there. There's a lot of struggles coming at us in hell world that we have to contend with and deal with. That is presuming that you've already cleaned up your own act, and the problems are coming from outside of you, instead of you causing your own problems. But sadness and fear do not require drugs or escapism. They require action to change the condition out there. Self-defensive force must be employed. Counter-influence, like saying no, should be employed. God is not going to pull your hand out of the fire. Praying in a corner and doing nothing is not going to get us anywhere. It hasn't for 1,600 years, provably. The hell world has gotten worse. What modern Christians and Catholics must understand is that prayer is powerful, yes, but it must be coupled with action. That is where prayer is most powerful. We pray for guidance, we do the action, and then we pray to our Father that if our action was in line with His law and His truth, we pray for its success. That's where prayer is powerful. You don't just get stuff out of nowhere, you have to do something. In Christian warriors, how do you expect changes to happen in your life if your thoughts are the same, your emotions are the same, all of your actions are the same, like you've fallen into a routine and you do nothing new? How do you expect change to happen that's positive in your life if you're doing nothing new, if you're thinking nothing new, if you're not in control of your emotions? Your choices are, in God's beautiful reality, to be a piece of driftwood on a causal ocean where everyone else's actions are just affecting you forever, or you can realize His will and do His will and affect change in your life according to your action. So let's get all of the emotional conditioning out of the way. That's Satanist conditioning, most of it. Let's get all of the ego out of the way. That little chattering voice saying, I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. Christian warriors, you're going to have to be wrong once in a while to learn new things. It takes a real man and a real woman to admit that they're wrong. So let's get emotional conditioning out of the way. Let's get ego out of the way. So let's say it. We say it every week, Christian warriors. Money is not my God. My God is not money. My value is not determined by a bank account number, how much stuff I have, or how fancy that stuff is, or whether that stuff gives me status. That is not determining my value. My value comes from being a child of God the Father, born with the exact same God-given rights as all my brothers and sisters, having His Holy Spirit, my guardian angel, the real me, inside this body. That's what gives me value. Let's say it again. Money is not my God. My God is God the Father, the Creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. Christian warriors, if anyone's out there telling you that you have no value, stop listening to them, because your value is inherent. It comes from you being connected to your Father. Only you can make yourself worth less by not being in control of your thoughts, your emotions, and constantly behaving with carelessness and immorality. That's how you can make yourself worth less. But we all have a connection to our Father. That's where your value comes from. You are valuable, and God is not mad at you. Do not beg to God the Father because you keep sticking your hand in the fire. If you're sticking your hand in the fire over and over again, He's just waiting for you to understand His law. You don't have to apologize to God the Father for sticking your hand in the fire. You just have to clean up your act and understand His law and start behaving morally and carefully. You apologize to those you have wronged, but whether they accept your apology or not does not determine your changing that behavior that was offensive. You change forever, or else your apologies mean nothing. So you apologize to those you have wronged. God the Father is not mad at you. He loves you. He is the eternal force of love. All of that fan fiction about God the Father being the eternal force of love and having a torture chamber called hell is ridiculous fan fiction. I know what everyone's been taught. Leave your programming at the door. That stuff did not exist in ancient Christianity. So you are valuable Christian warriors. God loves you. He is not mad at you. The people you should be apologizing to are those you have wronged. And whether they accept your apology or not, just give them time. But the idea is for you to change your behavior forever, or else the apologies mean nothing. God the Father is not mad at you, and apologizing to Him and teachers, saints, and moms is not going to absolve you of any wrongdoings. You have to change your behavior. Clean up your act. So let's do the other portion of our exercises, Christian warriors. Let's get courage to shine through these physical bodies. Beating back Satan in its aspect of fear. Pull all that courage straight from our Father, His Holy Spirit, your guardian angel, the real you. Pull courage from that source through your body, through your physical body, and let it shine through. Don't let fear guide your thoughts, your emotions, your actions. That's Satan in your head, and it takes courage to get Satan out. Let's get understanding to shine through these physical bodies. Make the request. Say, God, how can I become a better emissary for you? And He will answer. You show the desire, He will help you with your spiritual progression. He will guide you through the internal work, how to unwind the trauma. A lot of that work may come in the form of dreams. And if you need some help on how to pull up memories and remove the traumatic feelings from the memories to where you can experience the memories plainly without the emotional attachment living in the past, then please see my sermon on addiction. Let's get understanding to shine through these physical bodies. Let's get healing to shine through these physical bodies. Sure, we do all of the physical protocols to try and care and maintain for these physical bodies, but we must remember that there is a hard expiration date of 120 years for our Adam human bodies. Death is part of God's system of creation and part of God's system of spiritual progression. Death is a part of it. Often, pain is associated with death, and that's what people have a problem with. Pain itself is just an alarm system for these physical bodies. Yes, death is going to be painful in most cases, but it doesn't mean that we let Satan live in our heads, fear just guiding our thoughts, emotions, and actions. We understand that death is part of His two systems of creation and spiritual progression, and it is necessary. We don't live in fantasy, thinking that death will never come to you or anyone that you know. An ancient Christian wouldn't even teach you if you thought that way. So let's get healing to shine through these physical bodies. So we do all of the extra research required to understand whether or not the physical protocols that we are employing to maintain our physical bodies work or not. We got to do the extra research. And on top of that, we uplift our attitudes. Just like you can mope around and make yourself sick, the opposite is also true. There's a lot of healing that can come from God the Father, His Holy Spirit, your guardian angel, the real you. You just have to pull healing through these physical bodies. Let it shine through. Visualize God's healing light shining through your body, eradicating all illness and discomfort. Uplift those attitudes. Be indomitable, powerful, resolute Christian warriors, ready to face the day, face the week. Let's get all of that power back, Christian warriors, and let it shine through. We must take up the armor of God the Father. His armor is His law and understanding His truth, what has happened and what is happening now. With that knowledge, we take away confusion from our lives. We get rid of confusion. And that is the armor, knowing what's coming, seeing what's coming. Let's take up the armor of our Father, God the Father. Let's take up the sword of our honored teacher, Jesus Christ. His name being synonymous with truth. That's what He taught in His allegories. If that's confusing to you, hit those basics again, Christian warriors. warriors. Truth is the sword. It is knowledge. It is understanding. It is intellect. And it cuts through lies. That's why God wins, is because God's truth cannot be hidden for long. It's like a tsunami, a tidal wave. It washes over everything that any Satanist tries to put up in front of it. It'll beat down any barrier. That's why God wins. Truth is the sword. That's why we honor our teacher, Jesus Christ, in his beautifully crafted allegories that he taught ancient Christianity with. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put on that armor of God the Father. Let's take up the sword of Jesus Christ, and let's go to battle against these Satanists. And when we're done here, teaching everyone how to behave carefully and morally, then we're going to take our fight across those stars, because God's law is the same everywhere. And when we run into our other brothers and sisters out there, they will have very similar teachings as ancient Christianity, because God's law is the same everywhere. We will have allies up there. They will be happy to see us.
You know, Christian Warriors, one of the funniest things that happened in the last week or so is this guy, a 22-year-old medical student in northern India. He funded his whole education building this AI hot chick who was supposed to be a MAGA influencer and duped so many Republicans. And that's pretty sad and also pretty funny. This is why I am trying to reintroduce ancient Christianity, because this kind of stuff should not be happening, even among the Republicans. The majority of our United States of America, over 80%, they shouldn't be this easily had. And by the way, since I'm talking about it, MAGA Republicans, Satanists love highly nationalistic movements like MAGA. Don't let them take a hold of it, I'm telling you. Even though DevCOG is currently successful, and it will be successful, Satanists have already done this several times where they just go underground and then reassert control later. The only way to stop them is when you accept Christianity. That is, becoming the master of your thoughts, emotions, and actions, behaving with care, nonviolence, and self-defense. When you become the master of yourself, then no other abusive master can step in. But since they know that people don't do that, and that they will accept stupid fantasy instead of God's truth, they just wait 50 or so years and come back and reassert control. So don't let them do it. So this is how easy it was for this Indian guy to fool the majority of these Republicans. Very unfortunate, and you guys better brush up on mastering your thoughts, emotions, and actions, being an actual Christian. That way you won't get duped by Emily Hart. And I quote from this guy, he says, "Every day, all I'd have to do is write something pro-Christian, pro-Second Amendment," and he means modern Christian there, pro-life, anti-woke, and anti-immigration. He opened up nude pictures that he would send to these people who claim to be modern Christian, but then they're subscribing to some sort of porno content. Isn't that against modern Christianity? Because they can't be adults about sexuality. I have a whole chapter in my book on sex. Please go familiarize yourself with it. The Christian after the ancient teachings is an adult when it comes to sexuality. But anyway, that's how easy it was for this person to get tons of money just by duping people, saying some stupid thing like, "Unpopular opinion, people who don't respect America should be kicked out of our great nation." Look, this stuff is all the Indian person had to do to hook these people. That's all he had to do. What people in this country don't really understand is that if you're part of a minority, ideological minority, no, I'm not talking about skin color. God the Father does not condone racism. We are all God's children. I do not condone racism. But the ideological minority in a constitutional republic just falls by the wayside because their ideas can't get any traction. Unless you completely ignore the constitutional republic, like what has happened since at least 1871, then media can fool people into thinking it's a perfect 50-50 split and just rig votes all the way and completely steer politics in the United States corporation into the modern day. But when it's a clear-cut constitutional republic, then you'll see who the ideological minority is. And if you don't agree with loving the country or whatever, you don't kick these people out. Really, you just ignore them because they can kick and scream about wanting to be socialist, communist without any idea what those two things mean. All that they want. But if the majority constantly votes things into being that adhere traitor to the constitutional republic, making sure not to violate anyone's God-given rights, I'm looking at you. Taxation, always going to be immoral no matter what, must be removed from our constitutional republic. But anyway, as long as it adheres to that constitution, then the trainer wheels are helping the bicycle maintain balance, helping people on their journey into spiritual adulthood. Because you ain't going to get that journey done in some communist or socialist country. But you have a huge opportunity to get that goal done here in this beautiful country. So it's not about, if you don't respect America, you should be kicked out of our great nation. It's not about that. It's about, look, we can try and help you, but if you don't like it here, you can leave yourself. You can do that. You can see those greener pastures. They're going to end up being garbage heaps. When you get in there and you start living in other countries, you don't even know how good you got it. Anyways, let's get on to Cataclysm. We're on Part 5, Chapter 5, Firestorm. And as you know, this is a science book by Alana Dallaire, disproving the Ice Age, disproving the length of the Pleistocene, disproving a bunch of stuff like plate tectonics, for example, based on measurement. As I keep saying over and over again, God's truth is measured. It is fact. And when you have a theory or a widely accepted opinion or a widely accepted interpretation, that doesn't equal fact. It just means that a bunch of historians agreed on something, and those people can be wrong, and look, they were wrong. We've been taught wrong stuff for several hundreds of years, and it's time to set the record straight. This is why I brought back ancient Christianity. This is also why I'm reading you Cataclysm and other books that need to be paid attention to. This book is about the first cataclysm that caused a bunch of havoc on our planet, and it wasn't because God was mad. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That's what religious leaders and tribal leaders tell their people when they ask, why did it all happen? Well, God was mad at everybody, you better listen to me. No, a rock flew through our solar system, smashed into a planet between Mars and Jupiter that I contend was a water planet, dragged all that debris toward its demise in the gravitational pull of our sun, our star, and along swings Earth, getting a whole bunch of added water to the planet. Now, the people who don't think that happened, they thought the water had to come from somewhere, so there's these big ice caps and then melted and then added water, when really the water came from off planet. This book proves it, and I'm so tired of people teaching our kids that the Ice Age happened. There was a water age. There were icy moments, yes, but it didn't constitute one big ol' ice age. Where they say the ice sheets happened, we have proof that it didn't. There's tropical plants, vegetation, that don't coincide with the times of the Pleistocene or the Holocene or whatever, so they're wrong, and they need to amend their hypothesis, because that's real science. It's not about ego doubling down like what's happening in our scientific and medical communities, where God's truth comes along and then the ego-driven idiot decides to double down instead of admitting he was wrong. Oh no, I wrote a book, I got tenure. No, I'm the authority. That's what's holding back science and medical advancement. That's what always holds it back. That's what holds everything back. Consciousness is held back. Your spiritual progression is held back by ego. You have to retake control of the tool. Anyways, the reason why we read Cataclysm in the sermons is I don't have time for extracurricular activities anymore because people don't help me do this work. As it turns out, it's very unpopular to tell people what their spiritual responsibility is. Very unpopular. Instead, they want fantasy. They want God to go change their diaper and clean their room. And what I'm telling them is actual God's truth, and they don't want to hear that. So I don't do this for my own ego. I don't do it for popularity. I also don't do it for hell world money. Obviously, no one gives me money for telling them stuff they don't want to hear. God's truth is the sword, and they don't like that. They want fantasy. They want to be dumb children all their lives. They want fear and confusion. They want to be crawling around like mewling children on the floor of the house, the checkered path, doing wrong, doing good. We don't know. They don't want to know that there's such thing as objective morality, so they don't give me any money. Also, in our hell world out that window, do you think you can get a mansion if you're telling God's truth? All those pastors and priests out there with big old mansions, you think you can get a mansion in hell world? Fighting the good fight? You know it and I know it. You better wake up. So we do Cataclysm in the sermons now. Also, we do Cataclysm because it coincides directly with the Pentateuch, the survivors of the Cataclysms that reintroduce the old tech and the old knowledge to the local ethnicities. They happen to be white people. Not because it's some racist thing that I'm trying to push. I don't care. It's just the way the cards fell. Plus, God the Father loves all of us. He doesn't care about your skin color. Whatever sloppy bioengineering created us, God doesn't care about your skin color. And we are still imbued with God's Holy Spirit, our guardian angels, the real us, inside these physical bodies. That's what people don't get. Even if you generate 50 different clones of you, right? There's still 50 different Holy Spirits dropping into those physical bodies. They're different people. They're not just going to be you repeated 50 times. The stupidity that people think these days. Anytime you have organic life, no matter who bioengineers it, you're still following a recipe put forth by our Father. And you're still going to have that fraction of spirit in you. No AI will never develop this or get it. No AI ever will ever get a fraction of spirit. Sorry, not sorry to all those people who are transhumanists. You're just cowards, really. You're afraid of death. You're cowards. Anyways, we got to get on with Cataclysm. We got a huge old chapter and then more objective Bible study. So we're on part 5, chapter 5. This is called Firestorm. For all of the other readings of Cataclysm, if you want to start from the beginning, which of course you should, if you go to the website PastorCliftonMinistry.com, on Odyssey.com, that's a video platform that I use as a video library where you can download anything you want for free. Just go to the bottom right hand corner, there's a download option. Anyways, the audio only versions for Cataclysm are on the playlist section. So you listen to all those and then eventually it moves into the sermons. Let's begin. The ferocious magnetic storms in Earth's atmosphere coincident with the widespread drought and botanical dissection, which typified the terrible confrontation between Earth and Phaeton, allied to the furious winds generated by the breaking of Earth's rotation and an attendant axial shift, quickly produced firestorm conditions. Just absolute craziness going on. And we survived this, yet we have all these little climate alarmists out there worried about carbon. You know, the stuff plants breathe and then in turn give us oxygen to breathe. Every human on Earth can't collectively do this much damage, yet we survived it. Moreover, crustal sliding and disruption over magma, intensely heated electromagnetically by a massive polarity reversal, together with concurrent volcanic eruptions and magmatic outpourings on a tremendous scale, increased global thermal levels catastrophically. Remember, Christian warriors, God isn't mad because a rock flies by. Physicality is just dangerous. Grow up, you little babies. Tinder dry grasslands and forests, often of resinous timber, perished in frightful holocausts. Again, they're using the word holocaust, which means sacrifice, and it's an incorrect usage of that word, but they also incorrectly use the word violent. This is why you don't let popular usage change the definitions of words. Because now words like violent include just destruction of any sort. When in reality, violence has to do with violating God-given rights. So you can't have a storm violating your God-given rights, but a person can, and that's why you don't let definitions change like that. Holocaust now means anything that's burned to a cinder. Instead of its original intent, its etymological intent was Holocaust meaning sacrifice, a burned sacrifice. So this is not evidence of a sacrifice, this is just evidence of a rock flying by, because physicality is dangerous and stuff caught on fire. Water temperatures rose and rivers, lakes, and even seas eventually began to steam and boil as conditions progressively deteriorated. Metalliferous veins in the surface strata, often acting as natural lightning conductors, began to melt or fuse with the softer ores, for example lead, tin, and gold. Liquefying quickest and finding their way into rock fissures and other cavities, the presence of iron ore and other metals in several bone fissures was noted in part 2. Actually, Christian warriors, everything that they're saying in this intro is a recap of all of the entire book, so please go review. Evidence for all these and the following effects of great heat and rampant fire at the close of a so-called, quote, Pleistocene times, it's their quotes, not mine, abounds on almost every continent. The reason why they're putting Pleistocene in quotes, Christian warriors, is because they don't think it happened to the opinion of all the historians that are academic dogma believers. Near endless Endless torrents of hot volcanic ejecta rained down upon huge areas, immense clouds of inflammable gases, escaping from seismic fissures and volcanic vents, rolled over the terrain, bursting into flame or, as nuez ardentes, buoying up enormous boulders and other debris for long distances before depositing them at all sorts of locations. Exploding gases and other volcanic substances created blast effects of appalling severity, and high-pressure jets of grit-charged steam and heated water carved out, striated, or drastically altered local topography. In other regions, avalanches of boiling mud, spewing out of vents and chasms, compounded the unbridled chaos. These overwhelmed whole forests, filled up entire valleys, buried rivers and small lakes, scored rock surfaces, and transported sizable boulders many miles from their original sources. In short, the terrible world conflagration of universal tradition had begun. Christian warriors, we have to keep in mind, just Occam's razor here, it takes Adam human beings, our species, 4,000 years or so to get to high technology. We don't just use bow and arrows and stupid things until the last 4,000 years. No, it just takes 4,000 years. So 4,000 years happened before this first cataclysm, and in between the two cataclysms, 4,000 years transpired again. Actually, around 7,000 years passed before that second cataclysm around 2345 BC. A cataclysm brought on by a high-technology war, so keep that in mind. The traditional recollections of this Holocaust are frequently most graphic and often contain interesting supplementary information about it. They show that nothing remotely resembling this conflagration has been experienced by present-day humanity. Except when something very close to it happened around 2345 BC, this first cataclysm was supposed to have happened around 9577 BC. Even the severest modern volcanic outpourings or forest fires fall very short of what clearly took place then. Nevertheless, as the following examples clearly indicate, even these disturbances furnish valuable insights into what must have happened on an immeasurably greater scale during Phaeton's visit. Today, approximately 500 terrestrial volcanoes are considered to be active or dormant. And by dormant, they mean potentially active, because if you just say they're asleep or they're awake, that's everything. The number of extinct cones, however, greatly exceeds this, and when one contemplates that many presently extinct volcanoes were active a mere 1,000 years ago, the rate of extinction, even if approximately constant over the last 11,500 years, indicates that volcanic activity around the date was severe. Indeed, the volcanic record confirms this, for literally thousands of volcanoes were active during and immediately following Phaeton's visit. Little imagination is needed to visualize the colossal volume of hot volcanic material, lava, mud, ashes, dust, gases, steam, smoke, etc., ejected then. The following modern reports and observations clearly reveal that it cannot have been otherwise. Observations of geologically recent volcanism encountered in Mato Grosso, Brazil, by Savage Landor in 1912 concerned volcanic lapilli, and that's stone fragments, ashes, and cinders which had buried whole valleys. Large portions of sizable hills had blown up or collapsed. Huge subterranean volcanic cauldrons and gigantic wall-like volcanic dikes were encountered. There's a joke in there somewhere. But anyways, blue, black, and red baked rocks abounded. Craters of every size were seen. Great expanses of pulverized and carbonated rock were traversed, and observations made of extensive beds of cinders and ashes up to 40 feet or 12 meters deep. Numerous large fissures and cracks very significantly aligned northwest to southeast had riven surface strata throughout the region. Near the Capim Bronco Basin, gigantic solidified waves of once molten lava were found. They had formerly been flowing across the landscape as a vast fiery avalanche-like, but infinitely greater than, known modern equivalents. One of the waves had been arrested in mid-motion, its upper portion hanging like a magnified crest of a breaking sea wave. Although the heat emitted by such volcanism must have been indescribable, it still pales alongside that which must have accompanied the stupendous basaltic outpourings. The temperature of a fire fountain, like that in figure 510, you have to have the book to see it, repeatedly measured on December 5th, 1959 in Hawaii, was consistently above 2050 1,150 degrees Fahrenheit or 11,120 degrees Celsius. That's really hot. And it's also why Christian Warriors I can't watch without getting nerdy. Some of the science fiction, like Star Wars Episode 3, where they have a duel over lava. If Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker were that close to a sea of lava, their clothes, their hair, their skin, all would catch on fire. They'd both look like burnt-up Chuckies instead of just Anakin. Anyways, back to the book, and actually reached 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, 1,200 degrees Celsius on one occasion. The largest fire fountains, incidentally, have been known to spurt upwards by as much as 1,000 feet, or 308 meters. Fire fountains having similar temperatures must have been common in these gigantic volcanic eruptions of the past. And remember, Christian Warriors, this happened again, I contend, around 2345 BC when they had a big old war using nukes and rods of God tech. They set off a chain reaction of volcanic activity that messed up the planet again. And our recorded history picks up right after that. Everything before just fractured. That second cataclysm was discovered by a man named George F. Dodwell, a man whose name was erased from history. Maybe I'll get more into it later in some other sermon. Back to the book, fire fountains having similar temperatures must have been common in these gigantic volcanic eruptions of the past. Like many of their modern analogs, these outpourings almost certainly occurred with devastating violence and rapidity. Lava ejected by Mauna Loa on Hawaii in 1855, for instance, moved at over 40 miles per hour, that's 64 kilometers per hour, while during the eruption of the Japanese volcano Bandai in 1888, one of its 4 peaks was blown off, and almost 3 billion tons of material were hurled skyward within just a few minutes. Many of the late Pleistocene volcanoes must have acted with similar speed and violence. Again, using the word violence incorrectly. Elan and Dallaire, I know, it's obvious. A lot of medical and scientific professionals, very unfortunately, are materialist atheists. So they don't know when there's a very moral beef to be had with popular usage changing the definitions of words like Holocaust and violence, for example. Maybe in the future, if I can get any traction whatsoever bringing back ancient Christianity, more of the scientific and medical personnel out there in planet Earth will become real Christians instead of shying away from exoteric religions. Back to the book, even in modern eruptions, the volume of ejected matter is frequently immense. In December 1959, for example, the volcano Kilauea Iki on Hawaii at first spewed out lava at the enormous rate of 470,000 cubic yards. That's 357,200 meters squared per hour, later increasing this to 1,400,000 cubic yards or 1,064,000 meters cubed per hour. A still higher hourly rate, 5 million cubic yards or 3,800,000 meters cubed or approximately 2,500,000 tons, was attained by the volcano Mauna Loa in 1887. Most popular and general scientific surveys of volcanism refer to the tremendous volcanic explosions of Krakatau, that's Krakatau, in August 1883 and Mount Pelee in May 1902, while in our own day accounts of the huge eruption of Mount St. Helens in May 1980, I remember that, have been published at all levels. These current events, of which the first 2 are classics, have furnished abundant data about important subsidiary phenomena respecting rock striations and huge displaced boulders. Fuller consideration of these is therefore especially instructive. Krakatau, I don't know how to pronounce that, is a small volcanic island in the Sunda Strait separating Java and Sumatra, which on August 26, 1883, erupted so loudly that it was audible 150 miles or 240 kilometers away. The whole night long, Krakatau belched thick black smoke, which, rent by continuous lightning flashes, eventually soared to a height of 87,750 feet, or 27,000 meters. At approximately 10 a.m. the following day, however, there occurred the most violent natural disaster of modern times. Krakatau literally exploded with a thunderous roar which was heard in Ceylon, Sri Lanka, the Philippines, and Japan over 3,000 miles or 4,000 kilometers away. Masses of rock measuring 5,200 feet, 1,600 meters, were flung as far distant as 100 miles or 160 kilometers. Those are humongous boulders, and its shock waves registered by barograph
photographs all over the world. A tidal wave 32.5 feet, 10 meters high, rushed out from the island at the incredible speed of 350 miles per hour or 560 kilometers per hour in all directions. Reaching a height of 120 feet or 36 meters, it swamped Javanese and Sumatran settlements in a matter of minutes, completely demolishing 295 towns and villages and partially devastating 132 others. At least 5,000 ships and boats were wrecked or carried toy-like far inland. Acting in unison, blast and tidal wave killed some 36,000 people and numberless animals and plants almost instantly. And a lot of people blame God for this. They say, how could God let this happen? Because there is such thing as free will. You have to employ your care and attention to truth and law to avoid things like this. Don't put your settlements underneath a huge volcano. Don't put your settlements in Tornado Valley. That's called using your care. You care enough to understand that you don't do that, and then 36,000 people don't die. The animals and plants can't care. They can't think rationally or reasonably. So quit blaming God the Father. Understand His law. Grow up. Let's continue with the book. While many others were badly injured, the wave itself was distinctly felt at places as distant as Port Elizabeth in South Africa and as an abnormal swell in the English Channel. Enormous quantities of ejected ash and dust were blown far and wide. Regions up to 275 miles, that's 440 kilometers away, were plunged into total darkness. 130 miles, or 208 kilometers away, the darkness continued unnaturally for 24 hours. And 50 miles, or 80 kilometers away, for as long as 57 hours. In the immediate neighborhood of Krakatau, and that's again spelled Krakatau. I've heard people pronounce this Krakatoa, but Toa isn't T-A-U, it's backward. It persisted for 3 days and was so thick that nobody could see their hand before their face. Collapsed sky, that's a name of one of these chapters. Conditions had been produced. Dust from the explosion actually fell on ships 1,600 miles, or 2,560 kilometers away, and for years remained suspended in the upper atmosphere, causing spectacular sunsets. Pumice, which is light bubbly volcanic rock, thickly covered the sea all around Krakatau, and ships visiting the area shortly afterwards reported how they had to plow their way through 10 feet or 3 meters thick layers of it. That must have been awful. That's just floating rock all over the sea surface. Innumerable tree trunks and animal and human corpses were embedded in it. A dismal and sobering sight. Only if you're afraid of death and you don't understand God's physical reality being dangerous, grow up, crybabies. It has been estimated that the main Krakatau explosion released energy in the order of 7.2 times 10 to the 22nd degree ergs. That's 72 followed by 21 zeros, which is equivalent to that produced by an atom bomb of about 1.8 megatons. Hardly less traumatic, and in some ways worse, was the appalling volcanic cataclysm involving Mount Pelée at the north tip of the island of Martinique on Thursday, 8th May of 1902. Shortly before 8 a.m. that day, when 28,000 inhabitants of St. Pierre, nestling at the foot of Mount Pelée's southern slope, were just starting another day, not employing their care, saying, oh, it's fine to build our civilization here. And the harbor of this coastal town was full of shipping. Mount Pelée erupted with incredible violence. Again, a volcano can't be violent, Alon and Dallaire. It can't violate God-given rights. It's a volcano. So we'll say destruction. Instead of using violence incorrectly, initially only minor explosions shook the volcano, which threw mud and rocks about and rained heavy ash falls over the surrounding countryside. Later, repeated blasts of gas and superheated steam shot with frightful intensity through fissures in the volcano's flanks. Quote, carrying with them vast quantities of glowing ash and blocks, so voluminous were these ejecta that they fell at once on the adjacent slopes, then raced down the mountainsides at hurricane speeds. Some of these glowing avalanches were observed to move at rates of more than 100 miles an hour. One overwhelmed the town of St. Pierre in an instant, killing all but one of its 28,000 inhabitants. End quote. The lone survivor was a prisoner in a local jail. Almost everyone aboard the vessels in the harbor was similarly
nearly annihilated in a flash, a mere 25 out of a crew of 68 surviving on the steamer Roraima. Their collected depositions revealed that Mount Pelee had blown to pieces soon after 7:45 a.m. One side of the volcano had been ripped out completely, and a solid wall of flame had hurtled out at horrifying speed with a noise compared to thousands of simultaneously discharging cannons. A veritable fire hurricane, it careened down the mountain and across St. Pierre and its harbor. St. Pierre was destroyed in an instant, leaving it singularly like the incinerated cities of Nagasaki and Hiroshima in World War II. On reaching the harbor, the fire wave caused the sea to boil and seethe and send up vast clouds of steam, as coincidentally it burnt off masts and funnels of anchored ships. Indeed, Roraima's masts and smokestack looked as though they had been cut by a knife. Their quotes. Other recorded effects included the ejection of huge blocks of andesitic lava, some 15 feet or 4.6 meters long, and one 30 by 24 by 22 feet, that's 9 by 7 by 7 meters, flung as far as Seche Blanca Plateau 3 miles or 4.8 kilometers distant. Elsewhere, a bluff near Mount Pelee exhibited surface striations caused by sandblast action, which were practically indistinguishable from so-called, quote, glacial striae, while at Grande Riviere, an extensive boulder field formed by high-speed mud torrents was found. Alleged glacier boulder fields are often very similar, while, as we have seen, mudslides sometimes produce rock striations, as well as transporting large rocks appreciable distances. Medical examination of the grotesque injuries on the dead were also instructive. Quote, in many instances, the actual cause of death probably was the inhaling of very hot gas. The bodies were intensely burned, as also were those of the survivors. Many were stripped of clothing by the force of the blast, but others remained clothed, and the clothing was not ignited, even though the body beneath it was severely burned. Body tissue was distended, and in many instances skull sutures had been opened up. The injuries were such as would result from sudden heat intense enough to turn water in human tissue into steam, but not high enough or of long enough duration to raise fabrics to kindling temperature. So the water in the body produced steam that escaped and actually kept the clothing from burning up. Though grisly, these details instantly recall the state of some of the animal remains excavated from several of the aforementioned bone caves and the Zuni legend describing how, at the time of Phaeton's visit, searing blasts heated the blood of huddling animals to the point where it gushed out of their bodies. Coincidences? Just one day earlier, Le Soufriere on the island of St. Vincent had also erupted. While not as devastating as the Martinique explosion, that of La Soufriere was nevertheless violent, destructive, Alon and Delaire, and cataclysmic. It included a tremendous volcanic blast which felled and debarked numberless trees. Just debarking. You never hear that word. And a rain of ashes so immense that it filled a local gorge to a depth of 200 feet, 61.5 meters. Sand-blasted trees resembling some found in drift gravels elsewhere were among its other victims. When Mount Pelee erupted again between 1929 and 1932, geological teams rushed to Martinique to study how some of the scientifically unobserved 1902 effects had been achieved. Interesting discoveries resulted. Enormous lava boulders were found 3 miles or 5 kilometers from the main crater, not flung there by blast or transported by mud torrents, but carried aerially by nuez ardentes, gas-charged vapor emitted explosively from the volcano. Perret described the process as follows. Quote, at the moment of explosion, liquid masses of lava, instead of being hurled high into the air to form bombs, are converted more or less completely into ash by a rapid discharge of gas. And with the ash are carried along ejectamenta of all sizes, blocks, boulders, highly heated but not fused. Of such materials are the nuez ardentes composed, and no matter how heterogeneous in size they may be, all are deprived from the same mass of lava. The vapor density about the separate particles is so great that blocks and boulders are buoyed up and carried forward like corks. End quote. The force and velocity of these nuez ardentes were frequently so great that not only did they carbonize trees, but underlying rock surfaces were scarified, incised or stripped, and striated very much in the manner of alleged glacial action. It's so stupid to think glacial action could do these things, but they're proving that it was from volcanic eruption on a huge scale. Such effects were noticed at several places, especially
especially at the base of Morne Lanyard near Mount Pelée. The close similarities between striations of volcanic and supposed glacial origin was noticed as long ago as 1909, when it was established that, given sufficient power and speed, grit-charged volcanic steam could quickly excavate U-shaped valleys in solid rock. One such valley was cut by this process during the 1902 eruption of Mount Pelée. And then they show the decimated Saint-Pierre, Martinique, completely destroyed in an instant, which you could look up on the internet, I'm sure. On December 4th, 1951, Hibak volcano in the Philippines duplicated Mount Pelé's 1902 performance on a somewhat smaller but still catastrophic scale. A mighty explosion released a gigantic avalanche of red-hot lava enveloped in, quote, writhing clouds of stifling gas and hot dust, which, again, quote, swept silently and lethally over the villages just north of Mambajao, and in a few moments took the lives of 500 persons. Houses were burned and bodies of persons and animals were charred and mummified. The blast accompanying the avalanche knocked down trees and aligned them parallel to the direction of movement of the avalanche. 3 miles from the summit of the mountain, the force of the blast was sufficient to wrap the trunk of a coconut tree 5 inches in diameter in the form of a U around the trunk of a big mango tree. End quote. The extraordinary effects of directed volcanic blast have also been noticed in Russia, particularly in connection with the eruption of Mount Sheveluk. The recent Mount St. Helens eruption provided further evidence of the near-instant devastation possible by just one large volcanic outburst. Exhaustively published elsewhere, the details need not be repeated here, although reference should certainly be made to the vast number of trees felled by incredibly powerful, fast-moving blast clouds, and to the huge pyroclastic ash and mud torrents, enveloping enormous log jams that, quote, resemble those deposited by water, end quote. The resultant deposits with their woody contents are reminiscent of the Alaskan muck beds in the Siberian wood hills, which contain trees like those carbonized by Mount Pelée. These modern examples of volcanism demonstrate that many, if not all, of the agents capable of causing phenomena supposedly typical of the alleged, quote, Pleistocene glaciations, their quotes because they're making fun of this stupid, outdated theory of the Ice Age, and glaciation, are to be found in them. Superheated, high-pressure steam and sandblasts, nubes ardentes, and mud torrents causing rock striations, mudslides forming extensive boulder fields, nubes ardentes. Why they continue to use this description, they could just translate it into English, and mud flows transporting giant rocks long distances, high-velocity grit-charged steam carving out whole valleys, and fire waves incinerating and debarking numberless trees, as in Alaska and Arctic Siberia. This, of course, does not imply that volcanism was exclusively responsible for all the alleged, quote, Pleistocene glacial effects. Yes, of course not. Unquestionably, various other agents also contributed to their generation. Nonetheless, considering the extent and severity of volcanism at the end of the so-called Pleistocene, their quotes again, times, and the apparent absence then of large-scale ice action globally, it is more than probable that at least some alleged glacial effects were due to volcanic agencies. Numerous independent tribal recollections of a frightful world holocaust, again, using that incorrectly, we'll just say large-scale incineration, traditionally attributed to one or more cosmic agents were marshaled in Part 3. Please go review Christian Warriors. Very significantly, these memories are entirely consistent with the type of scenario which the volcanic and earth fracture evidence just reviewed unmistakably suggests. Many accounts provide exceptionally graphic descriptions of a raging inferno. In the North American Winton legend, for example, the hero, Belelbis, allegedly, quote, looked down into the burning world. He could see nothing but waves of flame, rocks were burning, the ground was burning, everything was burning. Great rolls and piles of smoke were rising, fire flew up toward the sky in flames and great sparks and brands. The great fire was blazing, roaring all over the earth, burning rocks, trees, people, burning everything, end quote. The Umbakobi tribe in South America recall that when the sun once fell down from the sky, it set the world alight in a, quote, deluge of fire. The Norse Voluspa recounts how the cosmic assailant Surt, where we get our cool Marvel comic character Surtur, quote, comes from the south with fire, end quote. In the stanza which describes Earth sinking into the sea, it is said that steam rages, fire shoots high to heaven itself. Surt, who, with the Midgard serpent and the Fenris wolf, figures prominently in the Ragnarok epic, quote, remains, their parentheses in the the sky, to the last to fling fire over the whole world, so that the race of men perishes with the gods, and all are finally engulfed in the overwhelming sea. The sun becomes dark, earth sinks in the sea, the shining stars slip out of the sky, vapor and fire rage fiercely together, till the leaping flame licks heaven itself." End quote. Ovid, in his account of Phaeton's flight close to earth, tells how Phaeton, quote, "beholds the world set on fire on all sides," end quote, and how at that time all the great rivers of the world either dried up or were turned to steam. The Washoe Indians of California recollect a tremendous terrestrial convulsion, which upheaved whole mountain ranges in blazing fire, the flames rising to such heights that, quote, "the stars of heaven melted and fell upon the earth. Then the Sierras rose up from the plain," end quote. Remember, Christian warriors, I do contend that there was high technology preceding this event, so that these stories are coming down through very rough and stupid times after and in between two cataclysms. So it's not like all this happened to people who were already tribal. It's more like it happened to people like us, with buildings and cars and stuff like this, and then all hell breaks loose. Closely similar events are mentioned in the old German apocalypse, the Muspili, in its account of the reputed conflict between Elijah and Satan, or Phaeton, as they contend. Quote, "The mountains begin to belch forth fire, no tree remains unscathed upon the land, the waters dry up, the sea disappears, the heavens begin to burn in a dull flame, the moon falls, the earth is on fire, no stone remains upon another." End quote. These are not simply memories of unusually severe volcanism, although volcanic eruptions are featured, but accounts of infinitely worse conditions. Occasions when yawning chasms in a fractured and dislocated lithosphere permitted stupendous volumes of molten magma to well up and overspread adjacent landscapes, when great portions of the earth's crust buckled and folded amid fountains of fire and superheated steam, as new mountain ranges were upheaved and existing ones elevated still higher, and when other portions collapsed and fell away into fiery cauldrons of prodigious size. Accompanying such hellish events, fire, lava, cinders, ashes, and gases shot skywards to immense heights, in repeated explosions of unimaginable ferocity, transcending even those of Krakatoa. T-A-U. If it was Krakatoa, it would be K-R-A-K-A-T-U-A. But that's not how it's spelled, so I'm not going to pronounce it like that. And Tambora. Many eruptions would have given the impression of reaching, quote, heaven itself. These recollections also plainly state that the entire world, not just some particular region, caught fire. Everything was burning, fire on all sides, roaring all over the earth, and so on. A universal conflagration, however, is precisely what would have occurred if the terrestrial crust was extensively fractured and buckled by an irresistible force, like a huge rock flying by Earth. Back to the book, and only an external force could have achieved such disruption. No kidding. Thinking that this is due to glaciation is just stupid at this point. Still closer consideration of the thermal aspect of this disaster indicates the operation of yet another highly destructive agent, wind of super hurricane force. It was a major element in this appalling firestorm and must now claim our attention. And that is Chapter 5, Christian Warriors, because the next chapter is Part 5, Chapter 6, Hurricane. Alright, Christian Warriors, it is time to do objective Bible study, because we gotta know what's in there. If we're gonna keep slapping the cover of the Bible, saying the Bible says, those people who do that, they better know what's in there. I guarantee the majority of them have not read their Bible cover to cover. I know it. And the people that actually have try and stumble through the King James Version, the first mistranslation that inspired all the other translations. So what we do here in objective Bible study at this ministry of ancient Christianity, we go through the Old Hebrew and the Old Greek, set beside plain old English, for the Old and the New Testaments, and that is available on the website PastorCliftonMinistry.com. You just scroll all the way down to the bottom and click on the ancient scroll, and then you will get all 66 books of the Bible in PDF format for your device, for objective Bible study, because it's objective. We all agree what's in there, no interpretation about it, no centuries old fan fiction from the priest class, rabbinical fan fiction, Catholic fan fiction, all that out the window. No stupid interpretations. We just see what it simply says. And especially no centuries-old popular usage changing the definitions of words. I do not care about that stuff. What you must realize, the regular congregation knows this, but I'm talking to any newcomer. What you must realize is that this is not a magical item. The Bible, it was compiled, censored, edited, had stuff added to it by the priest class of exoteric Judaism way back around 500 BC, and then it was added to again by Constantine, the first fake Christian, and all of his little buddies starting around 70 AD all the way to 325 AD, then again in 381 AD, and again in 1611 AD, before we get at least one hard copy for the common folk that no more fan fiction or stupid stuff could be added to. It's been exhaustively censored and edited by the parasite class and the priest class of exoteric Catholicism, Judaism, people who want to see you on your knees and under control. The pigs and dogs of Lady Circe, that's what they want you to stay as. Ancient Christianity, all but forgotten. I'm the only person bringing it back. As far as I know, unless the regular congregation is stepping up and starting to teach Christianity properly. For an example, the word Jehovah was created in the 1530s AD by William Tyndale, and the priest class murdered him for it. They murdered him for sidestepping their authority. They burned him at the stake. He's the one that came up with fitting the word Adonai, the vowels of it, into the tetragrammaton, which is YHVH, YHWH, or Yahweh, the forge god, volcano god of the Canaanites. The name Yahweh being an onomatopoeia of sorts, like the explosive force of creation, like what comes out of a volcano or the sex act, get it? But anyway, everyone was so stirred up into fear from the priest class, all the common folk were afraid to say Yahweh's name, so they tried to trick Yahweh by only putting out the consonants, that always works. Even today, if you go to Chabad.org, they will put God as G-D, because you don't want God to be mad at you for saying his name. Absolute ridiculous exoteric nonsense. So that nonsense persisted all the way to 1530s AD when William Tyndale lived, and he said, well, why not just fit these vowels in here and make the word Jehovah? So even though I use Jehovah and Yahweh interchangeably in my book, like most people do, that word was created much later on. So that's one example of huge changes happening in the Bible. Also in the Bible, they never say church. That's a mistranslation. It says ecclesia in there, that's a meeting place. There ain't no such thing as a magical holy building. Just like there ain't no such thing as a magical holy book. Christianity is far older than this Bible, far older than Jesus the Nazarene, far older than Judaism, far older than Catholicism, provably so in our archaeological record. And people in my emails and comments like to say, nuh-uh, in their ignorance, but they don't know what they're talking about. We have been taught wrong for several centuries, and it is time to understand God's truth and get your little ego out of the way. That's the thing saying, nuh-uh, I'm not wrong. That's the thing that makes you feel embarrassed for being wrong. Look, you're gonna have to be wrong once in a while to understand God's truth. That's the whole point. Be a real man, be a real woman, admit that you're wrong, and understand God's truth. There ain't no such thing as magical items. This is not immaculate, nor is it inspired. I'm gonna say it, because it's true, and it doesn't rip the rug out from Christianity. Christianity came before all of this. And people say, well, where does it say in the Bible? Look, it's not going to spell it out for you because it was censored and edited by the parasite class as a measure of control over you. They're not going to spell it out for you. But they did miss a bunch of stuff, which is why I do objective Bible study. People ask, well, how is Christianity before Judaism? Because they've been indoctrinated with this stupid slogan of Judeo-Christian. Wrong, it's the other way around. If you look in Genesis 14:18 through 20, Melchizedek is a person who is representing ancient Christianity. That is something that came before Abrahamic religions, which is why Abraham is blessed by him, which is why Abraham wants to give Melchizedek a tithe. Also, Jesus is named the high priest in the order of Melchizedek. This is because Christianity came before Judaism, and I don't know how many times I got to explain this. What we learn in the Bible does not rip the rug out from Christianity because this spiritual methodology is about real spirituality, not the fake garbage that you're taught. Like, if you think that you're going to a big group of people that all think the same stupid thing you do, as you pet your ego saying, wow, I feel really accepted here. That's you stroking your ego. That ain't spirituality. Or you singing along to songs that you like, or you think that you're petting God's ego and pleasing him and kissing his guy's hand all day so he'll do nice stuff for you. That ain't spirituality. That's stupid. You can't flatter God the Father. He loves you anyway. He's waiting for you to take your hand out of the fire and stop doing this egoic nonsense, like thinking that's spirituality. The spiritual methodology of Christianity is about, like I said in the beginning, accepting Christ, taking up 777, putting down 666, beast consciousness, animal nature. It is the answer to beast consciousness. It is spiritual adulthood. Mastery of your thoughts, emotions, and actions, behaving with care, nonviolence, and self-defense. That's Christianity. Not trying to pick through this allegory, legend, and myth and try and figure out heads or tails, what's right, what's wrong. God the Father doesn't put out riddles for everybody. It's measurable. The problem is that Satanist rats and other egoic monsters out there have filled everyone's head with trash, so they have to sift through all the trash for the tiny little seed of truth. The whole point of these sermons is getting all the trash out of your heads and giving you the seed of truth so you can move forward with it and actually become a spiritual adult instead of thinking that you petting your ego or trying to stroke God's ego is spirituality. Why do you think they make fun of you by calling it a church? The Satanists and the parasite class, they make fun of you every day, and you make fun of yourselves every day every time you say the word church. Go see past sermons if you don't get what I'm talking about. You know why a lot of this is hard to accept for people is because truth, God's truth, is the sword. It only hurts people who have been accepting fantasy and stupid nonsense all their lives. That's why in Matthew 10:34 through 38, Jesus, the Nazarene, our honored teacher, and Essene, yes, I do consider he was a real guy, only because the Despozzini are claiming that they have bloodline descendants from the line of David, which of course includes Jesus. But he says to everyone, think not that I have come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. Yeah, cuts through lies, because God's truth is the same as Yeshu in the Greek. 888, Jesus. Get it? It is all allegory, symbolism. It is a parable for you to learn, but you ignore Mark 4:11, you ignore John 14:6, and you don't know what you're talking about. When you put all of your praise and worship on Jesus the Nazarene, he would be spinning in his grave right now if he knew that people were doing that stuff. He never said, pray to me and I'll get your message to God. Apostles may have, in the allegory, but you don't take allegory literally, and even if that were measurably real, those apostles aren't magical, angelic entities, they're people. And they don't speak for God the Father, and they don't speak for our honored teacher Jesus the Nazarene. He speaks for himself in parable. Look at Mark 4:11. But that's why this is uncomfortable for people, because if you believe in stupid fantasy, the truth hurts. It cuts through lies. That's the sword. That's why he says, a man's foes shall be they of his own household, because Jesus knew that most people were accepting stupid fantasy, and that when truth came along, it's going to set them against their own household. Every exoteric, modern, know-nothing Christian out there keeps repeating this as if he's saying, no, worship me, Jesus. He doesn't say that. You don't understand the parable. God's truth is synonymous with 888, Yeshu, Jesus, what was inscribed on the inscription of the Etherian Sybil all the way back in 800 BC, 800 years before Jesus. He took the name Yeshu as symbolism, but you don't get that because you want to take everything topically, a shallow idea of what's going on in front of you. That's why most of you take what is happening on Fox News or CNN as gospel about what's happening geopolitically. It's no wonder there's so many mouth breathers out there. Most people don't even know the difference between fear and love. Our Father is the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. He does not have a torture chamber, and you're not supposed to fear God. Fear is the other part of his law that he set down on purpose. Go see the basics. Satan is fear, decay, destruction, which you are to meet as a Christian warrior with care, courage, and moral action. That's how you disassemble that portion of God's law. You do it on purpose. He gives you the power to do so. Courage, care, moral action. That's the answer to the adversarial force of Satan in every respect. You know who your war is with out there? Satanists. You ain't ever gonna stop God's law, but you can stop Satanists. The whole reason I became a pastor in the first place, years and years ago, is because I'm tired of Satanists and they shouldn't be allowed to win anymore because everyone's so ignorant, apathetic, and cowardly. So learn what real Christianity is. It's adult Christianity. Christianity for adults. If you're still accepting the child's version of things into your adult years, that's pathetic. That's profane. They would call you the profane. These ancient Christians wouldn't even teach you. Believing in allegory, myth, and legend, especially those built around our honored teacher Jesus the Nazarene. Not understanding one bit what you're reading. That's called profanity, and there will be no profanity in this ecclesia. Christianity came before the Bible, before Jesus, before Catholicism, before Judaism, not my opinion. If you can't accept those things, those bits of measured evidence, God's truth, then go away, child. I can't help you. This book that you see before you, the Bible, even though I love this book and it's my favorite one, that's why I teach it, it is the greatest story ever told. It's full of history and mystery to unwind from its pages, as I often say. By the way, my favorite one is the KJV versus the NLT. Go get yourself one. But it ain't a magical item. Out of Dungeons and Dragons and Middle-earth, you really think the Book of Eli movie is real and it's just a magical item? People have been taught such nonsense by Catholics for so many centuries, it's hard to get all the trash out of their heads. They think it's the Immaculate, which means divinely clean, that's what that word means. Inspired, which means God the Father told someone to write it down, Word of God. And it is not. If it were, it wouldn't have Leviticus 25:44 in there saying, and again, this is Yahweh, the forge god, volcano god, adopted by the Israelites. Go see past sermons if you don't understand that Israelites came from Canaanites. And Canaanites and Israelites and Midianites and all those people are Caucasians. They're white people. In the Middle East, in the ancient Middle East, the ethnic demographics were much different. After and in between two cataclysms really displaced certain populations and screwed things up. So go see past sermons if you don't understand what I'm talking about. There ain't no such thing as any Jewish race unless you want to continue taking the allegory literally. Why don't you then? Noah is the only survivor of the flood, right? And he has 3 sons. Shem, Semitic line Caucasian, Japheth, Japhetic line Caucasian, Ham, Hamitic line Caucasian. Abraham is the great whatever grandson of Noah. So that would mean that every single person out there with white skin is part of this mythical Jewish race. You know the Jewish race thing? That stupid slogan has only been taught since the late 1800s. It is a new thing because the Sabbatean Frankist cult members that want to take over all of Judaism, they wanted to pretend that there's such thing as a atheist, non-Torah observing Jew, and that it's a ethnicity, when really they're pushing for some absurd notion of a Jewish white supremacy, which I don't subscribe to. I think that's wrong. Of course it's wrong. It's against God's law. God the Father doesn't condone racism. There ain't no such thing as a chosen race. God the Father loves all of his children. And in here, Yahweh, the forge god, volcano god, often conflated and confused with God the Father, says, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. That ain't up to my interpretation. That's Leviticus 25:44 on its face. And God the Father doesn't condone slavery. You know it and I know it. That isn't immaculate. That's not a divinely clean, inspired by God the Father teaching right there. You know it. I've talked to modern Christians who think that God the Father finger painted the whole Bible or some stupid nonsense. And when I bring up Leviticus 25:44, Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 21:10, all those verses that I covered in the first sermon defining terms, then they sit there and admit to me, well, those were written by human beings. And then I ask them, who decides? The priest class? Why don't you research it yourself? All these people look at me with fear in their eyes. It ain't just ego. They're afraid of some pretend torture chamber. They think God the Father, who loves you, they also think he has a torture chamber. How absurd can you be? While you're afraid of hell, you're letting a hell world get built on Earth, God's beautiful paradise planet. You're letting a bunch of Satanist rats in your own ignorance build this hell world. And then they say to me, oh, but I couldn't have been steered wrong. Those people love me. No, they can certainly believe in stupid trash and pass it right along to you without being malicious about it. They're just dumb. And you're going to have to get your head out of ego trash. You're going to have to get your head out of fantasy belief, because God the Father, he has law and truth. Truth is what has happened, and what is happening now is measurable fact. The opposite of truth is fantasy. If you want fantasy more than truth, then you got problems problems. If you really think that your wrongdoings are absolved by some magical spell while a bunch of Roman cops murder Jesus the Nazarene, as the allegory goes, and you think that you're absolved from your wrongdoings, you got problems. If you think that you're going to pick daisies for eternity with everyone who's ever died on planet Earth, just wasting time, wasting our Father's creation, you got problems, and you'd be very wrong. You're going to get your skin back in the game here. That was part of ancient Christianity. Go see past sermons. So anyway, this is not immaculate, nor is it inspired. This book is not a magical item. Christianity came way before the Bible. You weren't supposed to just crawl around for thousands upon thousands of years not knowing right from wrong, and then all of a sudden this Bible comes along. No. God the Father set truth and law down, and it's easy to discover. It's about measurement. The only time it's problematic for people to understand is if A, they're too dumb, or B, they have a bunch of Satanist rats steering them along paths of fantasy. And it's time for that to change. So if you can't wrap your little noodle around it, go away, child. If you want the child's view because you're just too intellectually stunted to understand what real spirituality is, go run along, child. This ain't the sermon for you. This ain't the ministry for you. You want the ego stroking, the petting. You want the pastor talking to you like a little baby. Back to God's truth being the sword. Usually the truth comes from people who are speaking to you like this. It doesn't come from people who are talking to you all softly like a little baby. I have way more respect for the regular congregation than to speak to them like babies and slaves. If that's how you take in information comfortably like a little baby, then go away, child. There will be no profanity in this ecclesia. You are the profane, the spiritually dead, and I don't know if I can help you until you grow up. This is for adults. Adult Christianity came before the Bible, before Jesus, before Catholicism, before Judaism. And we're going to get down to it. If you want to start at the very beginning, go to the sermon labeled The Pentateuch and Source Criticism, if you want to understand what this book actually is. So today we're covering Deuteronomy 10. Unfortunately, all of Deuteronomy has been a greatest hits, just going over all that we've gone through, studying Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers. Go review all of those sermons, because that's what we're seeing an overview of in Deuteronomy. All the way through this thing, just repeating a bunch of stuff we already learned. Thank you to the regular congregation for being patient with me. I repeat a bunch of stuff a lot. It's because of the newcomers. They may need some ideas fleshed out very quickly, but there are some changes with the way that Deuteronomy 10 relates all of the events in Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, so we go through objective Bible study as a completionist. As is traditional with our sermons here at this ministry, we're going to let the KJV buddy, the King James Version buddy, do the these and the thous of Old English. I know it's tedious, and people don't like studying the Bible as much as I do, but I love this book. So we're going to let the KJV buddy rattle off all of the these and the thous. Then we're going to do our deep dive of the New Living Translation. But keep in mind, this is just a greatest hits, so you're going to need to know all of the stuff we studied all the way up until this point to understand a lot of what's being repeated in Deuteronomy. I'll be glossing over it very quickly, but if you want a drinking game, then every time I say go see past sermons, you take a shot, or whatever. Take a shot of wheatgrass. I don't know. Christian warriors, it is up to you. You are in control of you. Even concerning stuff like alcohol, or drugs, or whatever, one avenue of thought that is responsible and spiritually adult is saying, I don't want to be intoxicated to where I can't think anymore. And that's probably your best bet. But if you're just practicing abstinence because you can't trust yourself, then you're admitting that you're a dumb animal and that you are out of control, and abstinence is the only way that you can manage going through life barely in control of yourself, and that's not being a Christian adult. But anyways, this is the greatest hits, and we're going to let the KJV buddy tackle it. So Deuteronomy 10, take it away, KJV buddy.
Chapter 10. At that time the Lord said unto me, Hew thee 2 tables of stone, like unto the first, and come up unto me into the mount, and make thee an ark of wood. And I will write on the tables the words that were in the first tables which thou breakest, and thou shalt put them in the ark. And I made an ark of shittim wood, and hewed 2 tables of stone, like unto the first, and went up into the mount, having the 2 tables in mine hand. And he wrote on the tables, according to the first writing, the 10 commandments, which the Lord spake unto you in the mount out of the midst of the fire, in the day of the assembly. And the Lord gave them unto me. And I turned myself and came down from the mount, and put the tables in the ark which I had made. And there they be, as the Lord commanded me.
And the children of Israel took their journey from Beeroth of the children of Jaachan to Mosera. There Aaron died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar his son ministered in the priest's office in his stead. From thence they journeyed unto Gudgoda, and from Gudgoda to Jotbath, a land of rivers of waters. At that time the Lord separated the tribe of Levi, to bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord to minister unto him, and to bless in his name unto this day. Wherefore Levi hath no part nor inheritance with his brethren. The Lord is his inheritance, according as the Lord thy God promised him.
And I stayed in the mount, according to the first time, 40 days and 40 nights. And the Lord hearkened unto me at that time also, and the Lord would not destroy thee. And the Lord said unto me, Arise, take thy journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give unto them. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good? Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord's thy God, the earth also, with all that therein is. Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For the Lord your God is God of gods, and Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty and a terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loveth the stranger, in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave and swear by his name. He is thy praise, and he is thy God, that hath done for thee these great and terrible things which thine eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now the Lord thy God hath made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude.
So Deuteronomy 10:1 starts out, remember this is Moses relating what Yahweh said to him, so now it's a game of telephone from here on out. By the way, Christian warriors, we don't have any bones for Moses ever existing, so that goes into your consideration file. Be an adult until you have further evidence and we can prove that Moses existed or any of these other characters, then it's just consideration file stuff, and it doesn't really impact your spiritual responsibility whatsoever. Your spiritual responsibility is in the present moment, Christian warriors, all day, every day. It doesn't have to do with whether Moses was real or Jesus was real. None of that stuff matters to your spiritual responsibility to accept Christ, to be a real Christian. So we don't got any bones for Moses or any of these other characters at all. None. And if you're going to point to this or that, you don't know what you're talking about because I've looked for evidence. There ain't any. You know what there are a bunch of, though, are hoaxes where temples and synagogues and churches used to compete with one another trying to say, oh look, we have this holy magical item relic. Oh look, no, we do. No, we have this one. And they're all hoaxes, Christian warriors, all of them. There's no way to prove any of those claims. I guess you can consider them, but be an adult, it ain't knowledge. Them saying, this beard hair comes from Muhammad in our mosque here. If you just take that from them with zero evidence, the hair itself is not evidence, then you're just being a dumb child. By the way, Christian warriors, Muhammad was a white guy with red hair. That's why they keep dyeing their beards red in Islam. That's why the last surviving relative of Muhammad is the current King of England. If you're wondering why Britain's going to hell right now, there are reasons for this. You just got to understand history and get the trash out of your head. And Moses here in the Hebrew, if you look, is saying Yahweh. YHVH, YHWH. He is not saying Lord. Lord is translated from Adonai. And also remember, Yahweh is a forge god, volcano god, with attributes very similar to Hephaestus or Vulcan. He's the creator of technology, get it? Back then, he was depicted as the smith, and they used the bronze serpent on the Staros to show that they were followers of this Canaanite forge god, volcano god, which is just an idea, he's not real. But God the Father, the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love, he is real. And they are two different things, because if Yahweh, in Leviticus 25:44 and many other places, says it's okay to go buy slaves and own them, that's obviously against God's law, so it's not the same as our Father, and it's time for you to grow up and become an adult. So let's get on with the greatest hits here in Deuteronomy 10. Moses says, at that time, and remember this is many decades past these events, and all the people that he's talking to, none of them are survivors of these events. sense. It's like 4 generations down the line or something. So keep that in mind. And also, this is allegory. You don't take allegory literally. A lot of this stuff, Christian Warriors, was myths and legends smashed together around 500 BC when the Israelites returned from their exile in Babylon. That's where they picked up ancient Christianity, did not understand it, and tried to inter what they thought they understood into their Pentateuch, which became the Torah, which became the Old Testament. Go see past sermons. So a lot of these myths and legends and stuff were conceptualized word of mouth way back. I consider further back than 2150 BC, right around the time that the Age of Taurus was moving into the Age of Aries. Go see past sermons. And then they went about 1,500 years before getting written down into one book called the Pentateuch. And there are 2 of those, by the way. There's a Samaritan Pentateuch, which is way different. Go see past sermons on that. So I do contend these were old myths and legends smashed into one book around 500 BC, but they started out at least 1,000 years earlier by exoteric priest-class Judaism. However, I do consider, as I say in my book, A Return to Ancient Christianity, which I read to you for free if you just go to Odyssey and download it. Or you can buy it. I see about $2.70 from every purchased copy through Amazon. Physical copies only. But I do consider that there was physical interactions between whatever the Elohim were and the ancient Israelites, these desert tribesmen Caucasians. Because they keep saying stuff like, oh, he's the only living God, and Yahweh, or whoever said, okay, sure, I'm Yahweh. He keeps ordering up barbecue and making all of the Israelites follow a pillar of light or a pillar of cloud around the desert, giving them instructions so they're a little easier to manage for the priest class instead of just a bunch of wild animals doing whatever they want. Last week it was the diss track. This week it's more memory lane stuff by Moses. So let's get on with it. Moses says, "The Lord said to me," or Yahweh rather, "chisel out 2 stone tablets like the first ones." Remember, he broke the first ones because he was all mad. "Also make a wooden ark." And remember, Christian Warrior's ark has always meant chest. Always. Even if it floats, it's a chest. It is not a boat. Noah's Ark, using the word tava, is not a boat. It's a chest. They have words for boat, and ark ain't it. Go see past sermons on that. So this is Yahweh talking to Moses, game of telephone. Also make a wooden ark, a sacred chest, to store them in. See, it tells you an ark is a chest. "Come up to me on the mountain, and I will write on the tablets the same words that were on the ones you smashed. Then place the tablets in the ark." And remember, Christian Warriors, the very first things that were supposed to go into the ark, because this is showing you that different myths were mashed together into one myth, and they don't really match up very well. It was Exodus 16 where the jar of manna was supposed to go into the ark, and then later in Exodus 25, the tablets were to go in the ark, and then they kept adding more and more stuff into the ark by the time you get all this stuff written down. Go see past sermons on all that. Moses continues, "Then I went up to the mountain with the tablets in my hand. Once again, the Lord, Yahweh, wrote the 10 commandments, or rather the 10 words, go see past sermons, on the tablets and gave them to me. They were the same words the Lord, Yahweh, had spoken to you from the heart of the fire on the day you were assembled at the foot of the mountain." We covered all this. Go see past sermons. "Then I turned and came down the mountain and placed the tablets in the ark of the covenant, which I had made, just as the Lord, Yahweh, commanded me, and the tablets are still there in the ark." Deuteronomy 10:6, the greatest hits continue. "The people of Israel set out from the wells of the people of Jaachan, and traveled to Moserah, where Aaron died and was buried. His son Eleazar ministered as high priest in his place. Then they journeyed to Gudgodah, and from there to Jotbathah, a land with many brooks and streams. At that time the Lord Yahweh set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the Lord's covenant, and to stand before the Lord Yahweh as his ministers, and to pronounce blessings in his name. These are their duties to this day." Yeah, greatest hits. Continuing on, Deuteronomy 10:9. "That is why the Levites have no share of property or possession of land among the other Israelite tribes. The Lord himself, Yahweh, is their special possession, as the Lord Yahweh your God, one of the Elohim, told them." Like I was saying, I do consider there was some physical interactions between these people way back in the ancient day, and then they wrote down what was passed down to them through 1,500 years of word of mouth. Whatever the Elohim were, Mark 1, 2, 2, 3 Adam human beings, someone who had the old tech and it wowed and amazed the local desert tribesmen Caucasians, and they said, this surely must be Yahweh. And he said, yeah, sure, I'm Yahweh. Or maybe a bunch of them did. But whatever the Elohim were, even if they were off-worlders, it doesn't really impact your spiritual responsibility whatsoever, Christian warriors. Yeah, it's fun to learn about history and all the mystery and stuff, but your spiritual responsibility is in the present moment, all the time. It's how you behave, it's how you think, how you feel, how you act. So Elohim has never translated into the singular God, and I don't care about centuries-old popular usage. I don't care about rabbinical fan fiction. It says what it says. It says judges. Elohim means judges. It is plural of Eloah. It is not the plural of El. It is the plural of Eloah. And no, I don't say Elohim because I don't say Misha. I pronounce things like an American. And yes, I know that one tense is feminine and one is masculine. None of that matters. I don't consider that to be at all relevant. Elohim means judges, plural. And it's translated straight across in Exodus 22, 8 through 9. Go see for yourself. Just because we were sloppily bioengineered, I consider, by the Elohim, whatever they were, even if that is true or not, doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that they are divine beings because they had high tech. And it also doesn't mean that they are anything outside of Adam human beings. Maybe there's some other Mark human being that came before Adam human beings. We don't know. It doesn't really impact your spiritual responsibility whatsoever. They have two different words for human and the Adam human being species. That's Ish versus Adam. Go see past sermons. Anyways, Deuteronomy 10:10 continues. Greatest hits. As for me, I stayed on the mountain in the Lord's, Yahweh's presence for 40 days and 40 nights as I had done the first time. And once again, the Lord, Yahweh, listened to my pleas and agreed not to destroy you. Always depicting Moses as the cool-headed advisor and Yahweh, the forge god, volcano god. He's just crazy. He doesn't think things through and he just wants to destroy and kill and murder all of his people. So stupid. That is not your Father. The Creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love, God the Father, He loves you. He doesn't behave like that. Also, how blasphemous is it to say, no, our holy spokesperson is calming down God because God acts irrationally and, you need Moses out there just speaking reason. Give me a break. Moses is always saying, oh, hold on there, Yahweh, don't flip a you-know-what switch. Just calm down a little bit. Luckily, God the Father doesn't care how he's depicted because he loves his children and he has plenty of time for you to get your heads out of your moist, damp recesses, whatever those holes may be. Plenty of time to watch you slowly come to understand his truth and his law, trying to get your ego and your emotional conditioning out of the way. He has plenty of time, plenty of these expressions, to watch and see if you'll finally take your hand out of the fire and look at what is obviously God's truth. Instead of accepting fantasy in its stead, he has patience. He has way more patience than I do. If there's two things that I pray to our Father every day for, is mindfulness over patience and tolerance, because I have those two things in short supply through this expression. But don't get me wrong, Christian warriors, it's never out of supply. Full control, full mastery of thoughts, emotions, and actions is what being a Christian is. So continuing, Deuteronomy 10:12, and now, Israel, what does the Lord, Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, require of you? He requires only that you fear the Lord, Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, and it doesn't say fear there. It says Yareh, and that is to be revered or fear, depending on context. This has caused so much havoc out there in exoteric, mouth-breathing, just taking it at face value, believing in allegory, myth, and legend, taking it literally. All those people, this has caused the most damage because of this one mistranslation. It says you must revere God the Father. Show reverence for is different than fearing. Fear is Satan. God the Father doesn't want your fear. He wants you to know the difference between love and fear and be an emotional adult. The whole point of being a Christian after the ancient teaching, the whole point, what God the Father wants you to do is accept Christ, become the Christian, is conquer fear with courage. He doesn't want you to fear. You should conquer fear with courage to be the Christian warrior. This is ancient Christian teachings right here. Way different than the maligning of Christianity that Catholicism is and has ever been. Christian warriors, you think that the parasite class of the Satanists out there are afraid of modern Christianity, all 45,000 plus denominations? There's There's churches everywhere. If it were a danger to them, you wouldn't see any. There's mosques and temples everywhere. All those exoteric religions have been compromised. You know what you don't see? Ancient Christianity being taught. I'm the only person bringing it back as far as I know, and I wish there were more teachers, but too many people believe in stupid fantasy. Too many people are sitting there begging and groveling to our Father, teachers, saints, and moms. They don't understand real Christianity, real adult spirituality. That's why ancient Christianity has been all but forgotten. It's because it is dangerous to Satanists. Why do you think they love this mistranslation of fear in God? It really garbles everything up, doesn't it? So no, your Father, God the Father, the Creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love, He doesn't require your fear. That is absolute, disgusting, deliberate mistranslation of Yahweh here. You are to revere, show reverence for God the Father, because you are truly happy to know what you are. Not because you're trying to kiss His hand all day and flatter Him, or tiptoe around Him because He's so volatile. Give me a break. And it continues on, this nonsense, Deuteronomy 10:12, and live in a way that pleases Him. Look, Christian warriors, God the Father loves you. He's waiting for you to take your hand out of the fire. You know what will please Him? You taking up your spiritual adulthood. None of this stuff that's being taught here is increasing spiritual adulthood. It's just taking people down the road of fantasy, and it's a lot of Bronze Age and Iron Age nonsense, to be quite frank. Yahweh is completely fine with sexism, racism, authoritarianism, violence against innocent parties, slavery, and God the Father doesn't condone those things. That's why they're different. And those are openly being taught in the Pentateuch right now. Go see past sermons. It's not because I think so and that I'm interpreting it as that. It's because it says it. It ain't my opinion. It ain't my interpretation. So Deuteronomy 10:12 continues, and love Him and serve Him with all your heart and soul. Look, you can't flatter God the Father. If you break His law, you get the consequences. Our Father doesn't have a vested interest, a personal interest in punishing you. If you get consequences from His law, it's because you took some stupid, careless, or immoral action. And it doesn't matter who you beg to after the fact, you're going to get those consequences, no matter what. Be an adult. And then it moves on to Deuteronomy 10:13, Moses in the allegory. And you must always obey the Lord's commands and decrees that I am giving you today for your own good. And then here's Moses driving his point home. Look, the highest heavens and the earth and everything in it, they're using the word Shaim, which is sky. Doesn't mean this place called heaven where everyone picks daisies for eternity. That's nonsense. You get your skin back in the game. That's the point. God the Father doesn't create everything for you to have it done in one. Go see past sermons. Understand real Christianity. Anyways, the scribes are willy-nilly deciding that heavens equals sky here, when it's the same word. And the earth, that just means the land. It says the sky and the land, not heavens and the earth. And everything in it all belong to the Lord your God, or Yahweh, one of the Elohim. Deuteronomy 10:14, rife with mistranslation. Yet the Lord, Yahweh, chose your ancestors as the objects of His love. No, wrong. He doesn't pick favorites. He doesn't have some special kid, a chosen race. That's stupid. But you know who would have a easily guessed at motive for putting this into their national identity? The priest class of exoteric Judaism returning from their exile in Babylon. That's who would have a very easily guessed at motive for putting that in there. We're the special ones. And God the Father doesn't play favorites like that. We're all God's children. We all have the exact same God-given rights. And we're not just on this one planet either. It's time for you to grow up. This continues on. The national identity, claims of ownership over land, claims over being special. It's just very obvious. And if you knew history, you'd look at it and laugh. But a lot of people don't know history, and they want to feel reverent and stroke their egos. So they do all the rituals and believe all the nonsense and think that they're pleasing God the Father. When God the Father doesn't care if you do ritual, and He would much rather you know His truth than take fantasy instead. So it goes on, and He chose you, their descendants above all other nations, as is evident today. Yeah, you'd be saying that after you were totally smashed, defeated, and sent into exile for a couple hundred years, wouldn't you? Also, Christian warriors, this is not anti-Semitic because these are just desert tribesmen Caucasian. God the Father doesn't play favorites. He's not a racist. And here's a funny mistranslation. Deuteronomy 10:16. It's not only a mistranslation, but it's also a misunderstanding of some very ancient practice. It says, therefore change your hearts and stop being stubborn, but it doesn't say that. It says in the Hebrew something closer to circumcise the foreskins of your hearts. Because when they were exiled to Babylon, where they picked up ancient Christianity and all other manner of weird rituals and things that came before Judaism, no, Christianity does not come from Babylon. It just landed there after the 2 cataclysms, making for some very rough and stupid times. No, Kabbalah doesn't come from Judaism. That also landed there. No, tarot does not come from Egypt or Babylon. It also landed there. Christianity, tarot, Kabbalah, all those traditions, they are pre-flood, pre-first cataclysm, and they landed there. The Israelites did not understand what they were looking at, and they tried to sloppily enter it into their Pentateuch. Yes, there were some Jewish mysticism cults that came afterward, and I don't care about rabbinical fan fiction. A lot of them are well off the mark, especially Klapotic Kabbalah, which is basically Lorianic satanic Kabbalah. Go see past sermons if you don't know what I'm talking about. Don't get your little feathers ruffled over your ignorance. Go actually learn God's truth before you send emails and comments. People don't even know how to research anymore. They plug something into the glorified search engine of an AI and just get back widely accepted opinions of historians over several centuries, and I don't care what they think, because they were wrong. Yeah, they can be wrong. Widely accepted opinion is still an opinion. It doesn't equal fact. Widely accepted interpretation can be wrong because it's opinion. It's not fact. For example, if you were to research why Deuteronomy 10:16 says circumcise the foreskin of your hearts, you're going to get back a bunch of nonsense because it's based on widely accepted opinion. The answer that passed for good enough for a couple centuries. The real reason is because there was a meditative practice, as stupid as it is, where, before I even explain this, all kids out of the room, they would try to hold off the orgasm to extend or prolong some sort of kundalini effect and try and open up their chakras or some stupid nonsense. It's a meditative practice that's the entire reason behind circumcision in and of itself. It's not because it was a ritual practice having to do with a priest class or a group of elites, because there are plenty of mummies that don't have that done to them. What it is an old cult practice where they would basically play with themselves and try and achieve enlightenment that way. You don't need to do it that way. You can sidestep the whole playing with yourself thing. It's really not necessary. You can certainly achieve what they're trying to achieve with all their glands all operating correctly in a row without having to do that. But that was a cult back then. That is something that is absolutely gone from the world, hidden. But there's hints of it everywhere. Go see actual anthropologists who know their stuff. So they probably witnessed that in Babylon and said, what the heck are they doing? And they were explained to, like children, oh, this is a ritual practice that gets you closer to God. And they equated that with Yahweh and then wrote it into their Pentateuch. So now, to convey that you should be pure of heart, they say you should circumcise the foreskin of your hearts. And that's how they put it. You know, Christian warriors, there was a little time ago where a group of supposedly Hasidic Jews, no, it's not a race, these are adherents to a exoteric religion, they had a bunch of tunnel systems running under the city, and everyone thought that they were practicing pedophilia under there, but what it really looked like to me was that the consenting adults in the dorms, 18 plus, of the female dorm and the male dorm, doing this bizarre sexual practice. It's likely we didn't really get a whole lot of information, and all of the whatever groypers are, they ran with it saying, no, it's the Jews, they're just gross and pedophiles. Look, if you don't understand what Sabbatean Frankist Satanism is, trying to take over all of Judaism, you don't understand the problem. You don't understand Zionism, so stop letting ignorant stuff come out of your mouth. If you say Zionist and you don't understand Sabbatean Frankism, then close your mouth. The problem is not all Jews. The problem is Sabbatean Frankist cult members trying to take over Judaism. That's why you have a bunch of Hasidic Jews out there protesting Zionism Zionism in Israel almost every day. So anyway, see past sermons on that ritual practice. I go into slightly more detail, even though I try and make these sermons kid-friendly. That is certainly not a kid-friendly topic. The whole reason why people are circumcised, it has to do with that ritual meditative practice, and if you try and plug that into an AI, they will give you the widely accepted viewpoint and not any of the hints that that practice existed. So learn how to research. There are cutting-edge anthropologists who don't take any nonsense, and they don't succumb to academic dogmas like widely accepted opinions and interpretations. Real deal anthropologists. The ones who understand haplogroup tracing. Those are the ones you should be listening to in the modern day. So let's continue. Deuteronomy 10:17. For the Lord Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, is the God of gods, or rather, it actually says, is the Eloah that is better than all the Elohim. Basically, that's what it's saying, is that there are tons of these Elohim, these judges, and that Yahweh is the coolest one. And you know how the Lord has been mistranslated from Yahweh this entire chapter and all of what came before it through all of the different chapters and verses of the Pentateuch? Now we finally have Adonai being translated straight across correctly as Lord of Lords, and you'll see it in the Hebrew, it says Adonai. So finally, Lord is translated correctly. So they keep saying God and Lord, mistranslating from Elohim, which means judges, the singular God. It continues on, he is the great God, and that says El there. Go see past sermons, the one on Saturn, where we get the word elite, elite, elevator, elder. Even the word Elohim has El in the front of it. Michael, Michael, Raphael, Gabriel. Anyways, go see past sermons on that. Right now we have Elohim being mistranslated into God the singular, and then we have El being translated correctly into God. And it doesn't mean that their idea of El back then was the same as the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. Our Father doesn't equal that. It just means that it's being translated correctly. El equals God. Elohim does not equal God. So it says in the same chapter, he is a great El, the mighty and awesome God. It doesn't say awesome there. They're actually translating that from Yare again. Yare meaning fear or reverence. And in this case, they were trying to say terrifying, but they understood the context well enough in this verse to say awesome, meaning reverence, full of awe. Wow. Yahweh is almost unbelievably awesome. Not terrifying. So they knew enough to translate Yare in the correct context here. Why not before? Deuteronomy 10:17, very interesting. This whole verse says, who shows no partiality and cannot be bribed. Wow, that one's really ignored by all exoteric Judaism followers and all exoteric modern Christians and Catholics. They don't understand that in their own doctrines that they take very literally, this allegory, myth, and legend, it says he shows no partiality and cannot be bribed. So what are you doing out there trying to stroke his ego and flatter him all day? Oh, if I do these rituals, I'm going to make God happy. No, he can't be bribed. You can't flatter his ego. You know what you're really doing there? You're trying to feel holy, and that's stroking your ego. Ooh, I did all these rituals and I sang songs all day and I'm with this group and we all believe the same dumb thing. I feel really good and holy and accepted. Yeah, that's you stroking your ego. But anyways, God the Father can't be bribed. Finally, something true is written in Deuteronomy 10. Even though they confuse and conflate Yahweh, the forge god, volcano god, with God the Father, if you were to take this literally, which of course you should not take allegory literally, it's saying right there he can't be bribed. So what are you doing trying to flatter his ego all day? When I bring stuff like this up to modern Christians and Catholics and followers of Judaism, they're just completely confused and they can't wrap their little noodle around it because it says what it says and they're so used to taking it literally, thinking that's a big magical item written by God. And a lot of the full of worship and hand kissing and all the stuff that they do is spoken against in the Bible. Let's continue. Deuteronomy 10:18. He ensures that orphans and widows receive justice. No, that is absolutely untrue. There are so many widows and orphans that just go through this hell world getting stomped because no one's looking out for them and everyone's just saying, well, let's hope God figures it all out for me because I don't want to get involved. It's up to you to change that hell world out there, Christian warriors. No one's helping widows or orphans if you don't do anything to help. You think God's just going to change diapers and clean rooms all day? A lot of people blame God the Father for allowing stuff to happen on this hell world, as if God the Father said, hey guys, what you should do is install central banks and make sure that there's always people who are starving, poor, or just without in your system of class and status. He didn't say to do that. Human beings cause the suffering on this planet. Don't blame that stuff on God the Father. That's people doing that, and then people not doing anything against it. Letting Satanists run rampant. Letting diet Satanism be taught across the board so people think that the glorified ego-driven self is the way to go. So people think that materialism chasing is the way to go. God the Father doesn't want you to do those things. That's human beings doing that stuff. Don't blame God. But certainly there is no insurance that orphans or widows receive justice in this planet, not until God's children step up and start behaving morally, which includes self-defensive force, stopping Satanists, which includes careful and moral action, where you don't make a move and you don't violate God-given rights unless you got all the evidence. Not just, well, he said this and I believe him because he wouldn't steer me wrong. That ain't evidence. People wonder why it takes so long to get justice during DevCOG right now. If you don't know what that is, go see past sermons. But it takes a while to understand whether the evidence is good and can be verified, all the claims have evidence backing them, or not. Because if you're getting railroaded by any justice system in any one of these human farms that's outside of this system of governance, the constitutional republic, these trainer wheels, this daycare, if it's outside of here, you're going to want them to go sifting through it so you're not unjustly accused by some liar. And that takes a little time. You can't just go out there with your pitchforks. So anyway, that's laughable. He ensures that orphans and widows receive justice. No, he doesn't. Then it says he shows love to the foreigners living among you and gives them food and clothing. And this right here, Deuteronomy 10, 18, and 19, we have suddenly every lefty liberal, non-religious woke joker out there pounding this verse of the Bible saying, why don't you follow your own Bible? Because right now, DevCOG is actually enforcing immigration laws, which have always been on the books but never enforced by design. You wonder why life is so difficult for you in this constitutional republic? It's because it's off the rails, and DevCOG is getting it back on the rails. So during this time where the National Immigration and Customs Enforcement cracked down on people breaking the USA laws on immigration, suddenly the lefty liberal out there just loves the Bible and wants to quote from it. Also, Christian warriors, I use words like lefty liberal. It doesn't mean that I am a conservative Republican. As far as I can see, there ain't no Republicans because they don't even know what the constitutional republic is or how it works, especially if they consider any type of gun law to be okay in the face of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment says zero infringement. That means open carry, concealed carry, none of your business. So I don't really see any Republicans out there. As far as I tell people, I say I'm 0% Republican, 0% Democrat, 100% 1776 American Patriot. Because I know what the daycare is. I know the unfortunate necessity of it to all those freedom movement people out there dreaming, smoking weed in your drum circle trying to build a farming homestead all day, and you think your neighbors aren't going to keep immorally taxing their populace and creating labs to make long-range weapons to attack your stupid homestead? You don't think that's going to happen? Are there any freedom movement people out there building labs and bringing their knowledge on physics and engineering together to create defensive weaponry? No, they're not. Christian warriors, you have to understand that this constitutional republic, they are trainer wheels for people who are behaving like dumb animals and dumb children. It's a spiritual problem across the board in every single country. Government itself is controlling dumb animals, and that would be 99.99% of people. There's a small portion of that 99.99% people behaving like dumb children looking around for a parent. Both are a bad place to be. That is not being an adult, spiritual, intellectual, emotional, or otherwise. That's what Christianity is to fix. The dumb animal condition, 666. So that's why we have this system of governance, to try and steer people on their little bicycle toward that anarchonic utopia, the trainer trainer wheels come off when everyone understands how to be the master of their thoughts, emotions, and actions, and behave all the time with care, nonviolence, and self-defense. That is Christianity. Don't call yourself a Christian if you can't do those things. Yeah, I know what modern Christianity is, and it's after Constantine and all of his buddies maligned it, and then all the Catholic priest class maligned it further. Bringing the old stuff back here, Christian warriors, but when people understand that the trainer wheels need repairing on this bicycle, then they'll understand what DevCOG is all about. Immigration enforcement is important if you're going to have a community. That's why a community in its smallest microcosm, like your home, your house, has walls. And it has a locked door. And if someone jumps over your wall, you have a right to physically defend your family, your community, on the microcosm. If someone breaks through your door, then you have a right to defend yourself. If someone lies and comes into your house and says, oh, I'm this or that, and you don't vet them, you have a right to vet them. If someone jumps your wall that you put up to protect your community, you have a right to vet those people. The same goes on the macrocosm. This community, the United States of America, is our house. It has walls. It has a locked door. We have the right to vet people. Likewise, we are not beholden to our government. It's the other way around, which is why we have a constitutional republic instead of a monarchy like every other country. We have a coast-to-coast militia, everyone armed with the weapons of the day, the same as our daycare workers, the police and military, the exact same as them. Now, if that militia, coast-to-coast, everyone a good cop, everyone one big family looking out for our neighbors, if it were operational, you wouldn't see representatives acting out of line. They wouldn't dare. You wouldn't see Tina Peters in jail. They wouldn't dare. You wouldn't see the J6 prisoners being held for 3 years in an area that is not technically part of the USA. They wouldn't dare. All of those things I just mentioned are why DevCOG is happening. Go review. But anyway, right here is an example of putting into your national identity, oh, you gotta be nice to foreigners, because this group of ex-Canaanites, the Israelites used to be Canaanites, would wander around and just usurp certain areas and outbreed the people who lived there before. So they're saying, be nice to foreigners because we used to be foreigners in the land of Kemet. So just like they're saying, oh, we have this bit of land that's ours and we're also the chosen people, they're also saying, be nice to foreigners because that's us mostly in all of your lands. Remember, this is centuries after the fact of when the Israelites split off from the Canaanites because they didn't want to worship any of the more satanic Canaanite gods and rituals and stuff like that, like Molech and Baal Peor. Go see past sermons. So it continues, so you too must show love to foreigners, for you yourselves were once foreigners in the land of Egypt. It doesn't say Egypt there, it says Hamitic line Caucasians, the Mitzrayim. Egypt used to be called Chem or Kemet, where we get our word for chemical, and that local ethnicity was not Hamitic line Caucasian. They were Nubians mostly in Egypt. But when the Canaanites, the white people from the north, came down and took over parts of northern Egypt, then the local ethnicities got sick of them at some point and kicked them out. That's what happened in actual history. Not what happens in Exodus. In Exodus, there's no proof for any of that stuff. It's like a retelling of history that didn't even happen. What actually happened was Canaanites, where the Israelites come from, white people, came down, conquered parts of Egypt for long, centuries-long periods of time, and then they finally got kicked out. Back in the ancient days, it wasn't one ethnicity or whatever that became slaves. It was just the poor people and the weak people. Whoever got conquered got enslaved. Didn't matter what color your skin was. So if all the locals were Nubian with darker skin, they were the poor people that got outstripped technologically, so of course they would become enslaved. Now if you get kicked out of an area, I'm sure that when you go to write your national identity, you put yourself in the underdog position. So Ahmose the First, the founder of the 18th dynasty, as far as our record of history goes, after that second cataclysm, it's very spotty. Before the first cataclysm, of course, and in between the two cataclysms, we have very spotty, very fractured history. Ahmose the First was credited with expelling the white people Hyksos rulers, as they call it, and that would be around 1550 BC to 1535 BC, around that time. And this is not based on anyone's opinion, this is actually based on hard archaeological evidence. Because there is an archaeological site called Tel Habua, or Ancient Jaru, Tjaru, you can look it up yourself. When they excavated there, they found what was essentially a key fortress on the route to Avaris. Avaris would be another battle that you don't have too much hard archaeological evidence that it actually occurred, but this excavation here was direct physical evidence, where they had skeletons with battle wounds, severed hands, which was a known Comitian practice for counting kills after the fact. You had evidence of burned structures, massive grain silos capable of feeding large armies. All of this was proof that there was a conflict between armies. And all of it was carbon dated, coinciding with Ahmose I capturing his strategic gateway, as they put it, to the Hyksos capital of Avaris around 1550 BC. So we have some physical evidence coinciding with the textual records, like the autobiography of Ahmose, the son of Ibana. And in those records they describe the destruction of Avaris and the expulsion of the Hyksos, the white people, pushing them northward. That's why in the Eberite mythology of Exodus you have them crossing the Sea of Reeds. No, it never said the Red Sea. It's way more shallow up near the Suez Canal area. Then they hit Mount Harif, which I contend to be Mount Horeb. And then they hit Mount Karkum, which I contend to be Mount Sinai, the mountain of the moon. And then they turn north to the, quote, promised land across the Jordan into where they came from, Old Canaan, Old Tyre. And no, I don't care about what is called Mount Sinai in the modern day, way down in the Arabian Peninsula. That is wrong. Do you know who decided that was Mount Sinai? It was Constantine and his mom. And I don't care what they think. The Eberite mythology in Exodus is myth. It's legend. It is a non-historical account. There is nothing to prove any of those things that happened. However, we do have the expulsion of the Hyksos proven around 1550 BC. Then 1,000 plus years go by. 1,000 years is a long time. We're used to thinking 100 years is a long time. Times that by 10. Then the Eberite mythology keeps getting rolled over until we get it written down in 500 BC. So that's the one that lefties and liberals are going all crazy about. Deuteronomy 10, 18, and 19. They just love it. They think it's an answer to all the modern Christians out there who also don't understand why you should enforce immigration policies. It's just because that's how communities work. You have to vet people who come into your home on the microcosm and the microcosm. Yes, it's entirely moral. No, they're not concentration camps for people outside the United States of America getting fed this stupid nonsense by their news sources in their various countries. They aren't concentration camps. They're holding centers so people can get flights back to where they came from. What concentration camp has flights going out? None. The stupidest things that people believe, even in places like Ireland and England, people who should know better, that the BBC is lying to them every day. They're saying, oh my gosh, United States of America has concentration camps, and if you just speak ill of Donald Trump, you get thrown into one. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I live in the United States of America. That ain't happening. And guess what? Due process is for citizens. If you're a non-citizen and you broke the law to be here, that means you get deported. There ain't no such thing as someone who's just skipping ahead of thousands of people trying to immigrate lawfully and saying, oh, well, I skirted the law this long, you should just let me stay. That's not how it works here. Every other country, if I were to go there illegally and then try and vote or even collect on their social services, I'd be thrown in jail. Every single country, including Mexico. Why would the United States of America be the free-for-all? Why should it be? On my mom's side, my grandpa's Mexican. He came over lawfully, legally, through the immigration process in the 1950s. This ain't about racism. It's about enforcement of immigration policies. Don't be stupid. You know, back just 4 years ago, people would say, there's no way people here illegally are collecting on social services. No way. There's no way they're voting. And now there's proof of it 4 or 5 years years later, now all those same people are saying, well, they should be able to. Just doubling down. Before you said it was impossible, now it ain't. Anyways, to all those people out there, if you ignore the constitutional republic, it turns out exactly like this. Corruption reigns and everything goes to hell. If you pay attention to it, then the trainer wheels work properly. They put balance on the bicycle. Having thoughts, emotions, and actions all in balance, being a real Christian, then the trainer wheels come off. But if you let the bike and the trainer wheels go to hell, then you fall off the bike and you get some monarchy dystopia, or even worse, socialism or communism. Go see past sermons, and if you think socialism is okay, you certainly don't know anything. Any type of collectivism is immoral. Go see past sermons. Learn a thing or two. If not, run along, child. I don't care what you think. I have to shift my care and my focus to people who are closer to the mark instead of dumb animals. So here we go again. Deuteronomy 10:20 reiterates, you must fear the Lord your God. Nope. It says you must revere, show reverence for Yahweh, one of the Elohim, and worship him and cling to him. Christian warriors, we don't show praise to our Father to try and stroke his ego. And this is in direct contradiction to Deuteronomy 10:17, where it says he cannot be bribed. So pick one, exoteric followers of religion. Either he can be bribed and have his ego stroked, or he can't. Which one? Your oaths must be in his name alone. Remember, you're not supposed to swear oaths after the New Testament. We'll get to that when we get to it. He alone is your God. It says Elohim again there, judges, not the singular God. The only one who is worthy of your praise, the one who has done these mighty miracles that you have seen with your own eyes. Actually, no, none of the people that Moses is talking to in the allegory here, even though we don't take it literally, none of them were present for the stuff in Exodus. None. So none of them saw with their own eyes anything. When your ancestors went down into Egypt, it says Mitzrayim there, descendants of Ham. For an example of a descendant of Ham, a Hyksos ruler, a Hamitic line Caucasian, look at the Ramses II mummy. He is a white guy with red hair. There were only 70 of them, but now the Lord, Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, has made you as numerous as the stars in the sky, and they're using the same word as up above, but now they want to translate it to sky and not heaven. To the regular congregation, I know you can see how one mistranslation can cause a bunch of havoc, but to the newcomers that have made it this far, just one little mistranslation can cause so many problems in the modern day. If you mistranslate stuff like Yahweh, and you're not paying attention to context, and it says reverence, show reverence for, and instead you put fear, then you have a bunch of garbled nonsense in the future, don't you? Adherents that don't know what the heck they're thinking. Or if you talk about heaven, this place where you just pick daisies for eternity. Big waste of time. Big ego-stroking waste of time. Oh, I can see the people I love there. You're gonna see them anyway, but you don't understand God's non-physical reality if you think that you waste time in heaven for eternity. That's not part of Christianity. That's part of modern, exoteric, maligned Christianity in the modern day. So a lot of problems can result from mistranslations compounded into other mistranslations in other versions of the Bible. King James Version set the mistranslation, and then it was repeated in all the other translations. So that concludes Deuteronomy 10. And Christian warriors, that wraps up our sermon for the day. It was a greatest hits, as told by Moses in the allegory. And let me ask you, were there any spiritual teachings in there? You know it and I know it, there were not. It was all just Eberite mythology, a repeat of what we went through. Which is why I put the basics of ancient Christianity and the odds and the ends in the beginning of every sermon, because those are your spiritual teachings and they do not change. Those spiritual teachings are universe-wide. They don't change on other planets either, because it is about measurement. It is about fact, truth. God the Father's got many, many children on many, many planets, and his law and his truth do not change in between those spans of space-time or even dimension, because his beautiful reality is overwhelmingly vast, and all of it is beholden to his law. So know it so you can behave carefully and morally and do his will. The only thing that sets conditions in this reality is free will will and this very small, slim, random chance. And we don't know what's random and what's not, because sometimes the cause is so far back from the effect that you can't track it. So God the Father is not making things happen in his reality. He set down law so it runs by itself, and his children, you and I, are the ones that take action to set conditions here. So that's the whole point of objective morality. It's the whole point of Christianity, as the ancients taught it, is to align your will and your action with his will. So you can take right and moral action and create a society of freedom and love, an environment full of care where you're aware of the dangers and you set up precautions, instead of a society of slavery and fear like we got now in a very careless environment. That is the whole reason why I'm a pastor of ancient Christianity. Christian warriors, it is not for me, it's for you. It is for all of us. So as we go through the Bible, of course, we're not going to get very many spiritual teachings until we get into the minor prophets and, of course, the New Testament. Can't wait to get there. But through the Eberite mythology and the repeat of the Eberite mythology, spiritual teachings and what the ancient Israelites did not understand about ancient Christianity entered into their Pentateuch, the spiritual teachings and Christian teachings will be few and far between through this Eberite mythology. So thank you very much, Christian warriors, for being here in this digital ecclesia. You know I appreciate you and I love you. And to all the newcomers, if you made it this far, you may be wanting to become a spiritual adult, which is a promising sign. Let's see if you can walk the path instead of being a crybaby slave all the time. So it's very promising that you made it through a whole sermon. You know I love and appreciate all of you as well. Welcome to the regular congregation, but I ain't going to take any abuse from any of your physical bodies, and you shouldn't do so either. Christian warriors, to get that condition that we want out there, actions must be taken that set prerequisite conditions. Like the analogy I gave last week, if you think that you're going to win the lottery, you better go out and take the action of putting down your dollar and buying a ticket. Because otherwise, if you say, I'm going to win the lottery and it's in God's hands now, and you didn't buy a ticket, then the prerequisite action was not taken, so you're not going to get the result. So anyway, back to the point is that to make that condition better out there, because this is how God's law operates, we are going to have to behave carefully and morally. We are going to have to hold people accountable. So because we understand that we are all God's children, we are all born with his Holy Spirit, our guardian angels, the real us inside these physical bodies, then we know that we must forgive each other on a spirit level, while also holding their physical bodies accountable for what they do, so they know that they can't just do that in our communities. If there is no consequence, they don't stop. And they could be your dumb animal, your dumb child, or your 3% psychopathic insect brain mental defect out on our planet. And especially Satanists and their parasite class, if you don't physically stop them, they don't stop. So behave carefully and morally. Ask your father for guidance. He ain't going to tell you to go violate the God-given rights of innocent parties either, so don't go acting like that movie Frailty, which is a great movie. So if you keep water under the bridging things away and time heals all woundsing things away, then they don't learn any lessons, and your life in this condition out that window doesn't get any better because they don't learn any lessons, the community doesn't hold them accountable, so on and so forth. If you don't want to do this, and I'm talking to the modern Christians out there who have been taught nonsense by the parasite class because they don't want to be held accountable, so of course they'll say, be a doormat forever and forgive everybody no matter how much you're harmed. Yeah, that's their teachings because they don't want accountability. But if you think that you should just forgive everyone willy-nilly, then have fun with that hell world out there because it ain't changing. Just like all exoteric religions did not change a thing in the last 2,000 years. We got a hell world out there because of those infiltrated organizations. And likewise, we must love each other on a spirit level while also holding these physical bodies accountable. When you do that, you set the conditions for a better reality. Safer for your kids, safer for the infirm, safer for everybody, because you've brought everyone up along a path of ancient Christianity that is about self-mastery, spiritual adulthood, emotional adulthood, intellectual adulthood. You fight influence with influence, you fight action with action. You have have to know the difference between the two. There's people out there frothing at the mouth over people saying stuff like little crybabies, and I don't care what side of the political ideological aisle you fall on, if you react that way to words, then you're a baby. And modern Christians out there, if you react that way to an IDF soldier smashing an effigy of Jesus the Nazarene getting tortured on a cross, you're a baby. If you feel that you need to come to the defense of whatever deity you're worshiping, then that's not a very strong deity, is it? Regardless of all of that, God the Father is the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. All of your attention should be on God the Father, not teachers, saints, and moms. But anyway, you have to understand the difference between influence and action. Now, if someone is destroying your property, you can certainly hold them accountable till they replace your property or repair it. That's a different matter, but just flipping out over some religious symbol getting smashed or even a flag being burned, you should grow up. Really, you should be an adult. Quit being a baby. Know the difference between influence and action. If someone is insulting you, your mom, your family, whatever it is, you don't go assault them over it. You should be a grown-up. If you want, insult them back. See what happens next. But the point is that you should be fighting influence with influence. That means asking why, saying no, demanding proof, or maybe even volleying insults back at them. All of that is influence versus influence. You know those people that wish to control you or get a rise out of you so you take physical action against them and assault them first? Those people who wish to control you or do that to you, they will strike first because they're not intellectual, emotional adults. If you say no, ask why, demand proof, fighting influence with influence, they will strike out at you. They will lash out, and that's when you're fully, morally able to take self-defensive force as a Christian warrior. That's when you're allowed to do it without breaking God's law. Don't be an idiot. Don't break God's law. You have to know the difference. You have to behave carefully and morally out there, and that's what these sermons are all about.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ain't going to lead you in prayer because I am not a spiritual leader. I am only a teacher. I am not a prophet. There's nothing special about me. I'm just Pastor Clifton, that's it. But I am going to pray to myself. And if you would like to follow along and learn the prayer that I say every day, then that's up to you. I find value in starting the day off with this prayer, and maybe you will too. For your consideration, Files Christian Warriors. I forgive all entities on a spirit level only forever causing me harm. I understand that they are fractions of the Holy Spirit themselves, even though they have chosen to act in satanic will. I hereby warn all entities that self-defense is my God-given right. I will destroy, by the grace of God, any entity that would dare to violate my rights. I forgive and release myself completely now. The past is gone. I will spend the present and the future behaving in accordance with God's truth, God's law, and God's will. I am an immortal spirit being of the highest order. I am myself, my guardian angel, and God together. There is nothing separating me from God. His Holy Spirit is inside me forever. There is no place in reality where God, the Creator that set all things into motion, is not present. My guardian angel is a fraction of God, the Holy Spirit. This body is just a temporary, organic machine for my guardian angel. I am inside this vehicle for God to express and experience inside His creation. My guardian angel remembers everything that I learned through all incarnations, even though this current vehicle sometimes does not. God's reality is thought responsive. I can focus my thoughts unerringly for as long as I wish. All of my intention and visualization is as powerful and pure as it could possibly be now. I can go out of body at will now. I can open constant and conscious communication with my guardian angel now. I can manifest anything now. If there is any of myself left out in reality, I detach myself from people, objects, places, entities, events, everything, and I pull all of myself back into me now. I am whole now. Attention all entities, you know exactly what I am. I am an immortal spirit being of the highest order, and I have God-given authority over all non-physical entities. My voice rings loudest in all entities' minds now. My area that I claim is 20 yards in all directions of my body and within my body. This is a sphere of my influence that stays centered on me and that I maintain with the force of love at all times. I claim my area now. If there are any entities employing any devices or abilities intended to affect myself or others in my area that I have claimed, I command that all effects from all entities are stopped and destroyed in my area now and forever. If there are any entities that are in my area that I have claimed, you do not have my permission to be here. I command that all entities leave my area now and forever. I forcibly push all entities out of my area now and forever. You know what I am. I vow to ensure that all thought springs from agape love now. All thoughts are loving thoughts. I vow to arrest and abolish within myself fear replaced with courage, hate replaced with tolerance, impatience replaced with patience, lust replaced with love, sloth replaced with motivation, wrongful aggression replaced with the moral and careful use of aggression, and wrongful ego identification. I understand what my ego is, and I use the tool. I do not let it use me. I am free of these twisted expressions now. I vow to dismantle the illusory significance of, and to release completely, all of the materials, the dramas, and the addictions that attempt to anchor me to the physical realm and base ego identification. I am free now. I know the principles of God's creation. Reality is what we think it is. There are no limits. Energy flows where attention goes. Now is the moment of power. To love is to seek knowledge, to understand knowledge, and to bring knowledge into right and moral action. All power comes from within. Effectiveness is the measure of truth. I know the law, mind, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, gender, and I know how to behave with care, with nonviolence, with self-defense. Thank you, God, for introducing me to us. Thank you for introducing me to your law. Thank you for manifesting those things that we create together. I understand that we are one. I just really appreciate what you do on your side of reality. I thank you not as a groveling slave, but as an appreciative warrior, thinking, feeling, and acting in accordance with your truth, your law, and your will. And of course, Christian warriors, here's the part where you thank our Father for all the things that you do like about your expression, experiencing all of the beauty and love out there in God's beautiful reality, showing gratitude not for his benefit. He's not stroking any ego. He doesn't have one. You're not going to flatter God the Father with praise and worship. You're showing gratitude because it is for your benefit. Gratitude takes the place of complaint. So thank our Father for all of those things in your life. This is how we walk as Christian warriors. We understand that immorality and carelessness must be addressed, but we also appreciate and experience all of God's beauty and love out there in his creation. We do both things. That is, being a Christian warrior after the ancient teachings.
All right, Christian warriors, it is time to experience that Sunday out there, because you know that there ain't no such thing as fate, prophecy, destiny, predeterminism. All that stuff is the same thing. Thinking that some deity will come back, some teacher, saint, or mom will help you, or fix everything, or change your diaper, or clean your room. No, you're supposed to be doing all that stuff. Like if you're a crackhead and you're smoking meth all day and you're just saying, well, you know, it's in God's hands whether I'm addicted to meth or not. No, you gotta put the pipe down. You gotta do it. So there ain't no predeterminism. There is only free will. That's why morality and care, they're important when you have free will. That's our gift from our Father. That's why the Creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love, put a piece of himself inside all of us to express and experience for him inside his creation. If he was just going to predetermine all events, then there would be no point for that. Figure it out. If you have free will, you cannot also have predeterminism, fate, destiny, prophecy. They don't both coexist in the same reality. It's one or the other. So make that day great out there. You're the one with the power to do it. Make that week great. Make America great. MAGA! Don't let Satanist rats steer around this hyper-nationalist identity of MAGA, whoever's MAGA out there. Of course we want to make America great. We live here. Why else would we want to make some other country great? And we're not saying make America great at the expense of other countries. No. If you don't understand what's happening geopolitically, the worst thing you can do is listen to people who don't know anything or have a storied history in spilling propaganda all over your face for the last 2 decades. You're going to listen to them to tell you what's going on geopolitically? Why don't you do a day's research instead of Netflix binging or playing video games, and then you might figure it out. Like, for example, what's happening all around the world. There's a reason why all of the energy choke points are now controlled by DevCOG operatives. There's a reason for that. We're not trying to make America great at the expense of Iran. No, we're trying to take away what the corrupt individuals back in 1979 did to Iran. So the people who were living there just fine right before 1979 can continue to do so and have a country that they can make great. Same with Venezuela, same with all those South American countries who are now getting out from under the thumb of corrupt CIA, corrupt United States corporation for the last 70 or 80 years. It's like that scene in Idiocracy where he's trying to plead with all the morons out in the stands, saying, "Are you gonna attack the only one who's trying to help you?" And then they continue to attack him. So anyway, make your own country great. That's the whole point, is you make your country great, we make our country great, everyone's happy. Ask your father for guidance. There's a bunch of you who might live in the UK, and that's swirling the toilet bowl at the moment, and the only people that can pull it out of that tailspin down the toilet are the people. If you think that it's going to be a political choice that's going to pull you out, nope. Unless for some miracle you have DevCOG happening in those countries, which you don't, then you're going to have to do something yourself. By the way, those people in the United States of America, you better be thanking God the Father there's a group of people, men and women out there, doing at least enough of His will to right the wrongs of the past. Yeah, they might be exoteric believers and this or that exoteric religion, doesn't matter. They're working for your benefit while everyone else sat around doing nothing and continues to do nothing. Right now it's even worse because now everyone's complaining about what they don't know anything about. They're opening their mouths and they have zero knowledge. So if you think that it's a good idea to open your mouth about some subject, let's use Iran as an example again. Name the top 5 politicians in Iran right now. If you don't know that, then don't open your mouth. Or if you've never actually looked at 4chan, 8chan, 8kun, anything about Q, and you want to open your mouth about it, don't, because you don't know anything about it. Or if you want to talk about the Epstein files and all these dumb little pundits filled your head with a bunch of trash and you never actually looked at them yourself and went to see what was verifiable through evidence gathering and what was not, then don't open your mouth. The absolute ignorance being spoken in the modern day is staggering. But I got a little off track there. You're supposed to make your country great, Christian warriors. Those people living outside of the United States of America, ask your father for guidance. The point is that we all have to understand that we are all God's children. And I'm not calling for a worldwide theocracy, even though ancient Christianity is the path that has already been set before you. Why reinvent the wheel? It works. It will continue to work. It's worked for thousands upon thousands of years. It is a pre-flood spiritual methodology. It'll continue to work. It'll work on every planet. It'll work with every single one of God's children because it's about truth and law and acknowledging what the Creator is and what He is not. So, Christian warriors, go experience that Sunday. Show praise to your Father, not for His benefit. Remember, you're not trying to stroke any ego. He doesn't have one, but He does love you, and He is not mad at you. I will be back after 6 days with another sermon. I will see you then.